He's collaborating, having a great time, and we have to stop it. It's horrible, especially after 3 years of pandemic. So thank you all. Well, we built in some times for this. It's great to see everybody. It always is great just to see all these faces out here and to be back in person. So anyway, my name is Tom Suter. I am the CEO of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. We actually had, I was thinking back on it, I started ATARC right around the time it revolved around FedRAMP. The FedRAMP program, which actually has its 10-year anniversary this year, they'd been open for about a year, and I got approached by Dave McClure, who ran the FedRAMP program over at GSA, and he was like, I really want to do a cloud summit. And I was like, I don't know if we want to do it. I don't know if anybody will come. And we ended up doing it. And that was about 9 years ago. So very exciting stuff. So I want to thank our partners. And I'll tell you what, I was talking to a government person here a little bit ago. They come to ATARC events. This is where you do your market research. It's so hard to do this, to line up a meeting at your place. This is a good chance to establish those relationships. And they actually have some pretty good swag this year. I was over at the Cynic, our friends over there, the Cynic. I found out a little bit more about their company than I knew. I like to know our companies that we work with, but they have this it's a time cube. And basically, like, you put it down, it's got a 2 on it. And if you're like working on something and you allow yourself 2 minutes or 45, and they'll tell you, it's like a lot better than setting your alarm. So the swag looks pretty interesting. We'll preview some of that, but this is where you learn about the different technologies out there. This is where you do some of your initial market research, and we really, really appreciate them. So this year for the Cloud Summit, we've got Dynatrace, Genesys, Pluralsight, Datadog, Red Hat, Extra Hop, Delphix, Cynic, Carahsoft, Informatica, iBoss, and Elastic. So a round of applause to our partners here that make this possible. Thank you so much. So we got a packed agenda for you today. And we wanted to have FedRAMP real bad. I work with Matt on a lot of different issues, and with Brian, I was thinking of Matt from before, but with Brian Conrad, and he had some issues that he had to work around today. So he's going to come to us by video, and but we wanted to get him for sure, and he's going to give us a lot of updates on what the program is. So we are going to have Brian Conrad. He's the Secure Cloud Portfolio and FedRAMP Director at GSA. Can we put Brian on?
Good morning, Tom. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. If you can't see me, that's okay. It's more important that you see the slides and hear my voice. I've been told I have a face for podcasts anyway, so it's more important for me to share the message. For the support team, can I share my screen with the slides? All right. If you can hear and see me or my slides anyway. Good morning. I am Brian Conrad. Thank you to Tom for working around and supporting my crazy schedule. I've had a really bizarre schedule for the past month, and I'm really appreciative of the invitation from Tom and ATARC to address the Federal Cloud and Infrastructure Summit. As Tom said, I'm Brian Conrad. I'm the Acting Director of the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, better known as FedRAMP, in the Secure Cloud portfolio within the Technology Transformation Service. I've been in that role as the Acting Director for almost 2 years, and I joined the FedRAMP. I originally joined FedRAMP as a Cybersecurity Program Manager, and I've managed to hold on to that hat as well for the past couple years. So I'm going to go in a little bit, and I'm going to scroll through my slides as if you can see them. I haven't gotten a validation that you can, so I'm just going to talk to them anyway. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we started, how FedRAMP started. This isn't going to be your typical FedRAMP 101 brief. I'm going to give you a little bit of where we've been, where we are, and where we're going in the next couple minutes. And so how we started prior to 2011, whether you were a CSP or an agency, you were likely feeling some of the same pain points. Agencies had their own baselines, security baselines, their own policies, their own templates, et cetera, to authorize this thing called cloud, right? And if you're a CSP going from agency to agency, you had to meet those different standards using the different templates and baselines, et cetera. That's an obvious pain point. And so FedRAMP was stood up and to create and created to eliminate that duplicative work. And so in 2012, the PMO was actually stood up 6 months after OMB signed the memo in 2011. So Tom was right. We just celebrated our 10th anniversary of the PMO back in June. And from there, we continue to grow and evolve. And in 2016, the FedRAMP accelerated process was introduced, and it actually became operational in 2017. The impact of accelerated is that CSPs were now responsible for making sure they were working with a third-party assessor to make sure their system was meeting the bar prior to kickoff with the Joint Authorization Board. The accelerated process is what we use for clouds to get authorized through the Joint Authorization Board. And as a result, we reduced the time that it takes for CSPs that were working with the JAB to get authorized from what was a 12 to 18-month process down to presently 4.5 months. We've pushed a lot of the responsibility back onto the cloud providers to make sure that they're getting everything ready, engaging with that 3PAO to make sure all their documentation is up to snuff and that their system is engineered correctly prior to coming to FedRAMP. And again, we've seen significant benefits to that. What does that mean by cutting down the authorization timeline? That means cloud providers are getting into the marketplace from the JAB side faster, which is a benefit to the agencies. That provides more opportunities for clouds to work with the government and the agencies to choose which cloud services meet their actual mission. And it's a benefit for the CSPs because they're not spending an inordinate amount of time going through the authorization process. So this accelerated process, which became operational in 2017, right now about over a third or close to half of the systems that the JAB is authorized have gone through that process. In 2018, FedRAMP hit the milestone of 100 authorizations. And just so started the program from 2012 to 2018. It took 6 years to get to 100. In 2021, just before around the 10th anniversary of the OMB memo, we reached 200 authorizations. So we doubled what we had in 3 years. And I'll show you how that pace is picking up. So the FedRAMP mission continues to stay the same. We promote the adoption of secure cloud services across the government by providing a standardized approach to security and risk assessment. And that's been our mission for some time. And as I see it going forward, that's what we're going to continue to do. Whoops, sorry about that. So where's the value? The value is that let's all be real. Federal security policy, in fact, federal law requires agencies to authorize any system that they use on risk. And FedRAMP is the way to standardize that process for cloud. When a cloud provider gets authorized, we hold on to their security artifacts, and any agency who wants to use that cloud can request them from the FedRAMP PMO. And so we have this centralized sharing. There's also validated work. We have a program inside FedRAMP for the third-party assessors who are extremely critical to the success of making sure that cloud providers are doing what they tell the government that they're doing. And the packages are not just looked at the 3PAOs by the 3PAOs and then accepted. We take their recommendations, and then the agencies are doing their initial assessment, and the Joint Authorization Board is doing their assessment. And inside the PMO, our fabulous agency review team does the same thing. So there's validated work in those packages. And the value prop is a cloud provider has to go through this once and then can be used across the federal government. And we've seen that value play out over the past, multiple years, is agencies don't have to repeat work that's already been done. And I think one of the more important things that FedRAMP has done is increased the collaboration and created a community among the US government and vendors that frankly I don't think really existed before. And it provides that transparency on what the government is doing, and what industry is doing. And I like to say that FedRAMP sits at the nexus between the cloud providers who are starting to innovate with really cool technology, and the agencies who are on a path to modernize and adopt it. And being in FedRAMP, that's a really cool place to be. One thing I've also seen is there are other types of organizations who look at the FedRAMP model of do an authorization once and have it be accepted across multiple entities for other types of industries. I've had conversations with agencies who are looking to do this for types of networks, et cetera. And so not only is the product of FedRAMP valuable, but the process and the model of how the program works has shown to bring value to the government as well. So how far have we come? So I mentioned that in the first 6 years of the program, we achieved 100 authorizations, and then 3 years after that, we hit 200. We're on the verge of hitting 300 authorizations just in a short amount of time. So you can see that in a shorter amount of time, the number of authorizations is growing and growing. So we currently have 282 authorized cloud service offerings in the FedRAMP marketplace. There are several dozen in process and about 2 dozen that are currently FedRAMP ready. The big number that I want to stick with you today is the number 4607, 4,607. That is the total number of reuses, or total number of instances of reuse, that our cloud products have had over in total since the beginning of the program. Okay, that is just to give you a little context, that's 60% higher than the number last year. Okay, so you can see the value of FedRAMP paying off through the amount of reuse that we're getting across the board. So where are we going? I talked about I've talked about where we're going, or where we've been with the program. So on a path to program growth, we have several high-profile initiatives. We've bought into OSCOW, which we see as the future for automation of the program and the basis for automating the baselines and security packages. We worked with DHS GovCart and worked on a threat-based approach for control selection and implementation that scores controls on how well they protect, detect, and respond against the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So the benefit here is that we see a way of CSPs and agencies can focus on the most critical controls when they're looking at continuous monitoring or annual assessments. I see a benefit to this programmatically, where we can focus our efforts on the most critical things that the cloud providers are doing. Continuous monitoring automation has gotten the attention of the JAB and the PMO, because the way it is right now, continuous monitoring is a very labor intensive and resource intensive process. So what our ConMon automation involves is FedRAMP partnering with CISA to see how we can provide data to agencies so their risk professionals can make more informed decisions. I cannot supplant an AO's responsibility in FISMA, but what I can do is I can provide the best information I can in order for that authorizing official to make risk-based decisions. Hand in hand with all that are automated validations, and that's the idea that this is going to support hardware and software asset management as well as vulnerability management. Again, part of continuous monitoring is working very closely with the cloud providers, and our idea is we want to modernize what we can and have the machines do what machines do best and people do what we do best, but also taking a look at our business processes. We don't want to automate bad processes because we get bad automated processes. We want to make sure that our processes are looked at and evaluated, because and apply automation where possible, to make them the best that we can. And we're doing this by looking at the journey that our stakeholders take through the process, looking at our own business process internally. One of the things that the Cyber EO tasked FedRAMP to do was look at how we interact with our stakeholders. And so we can talk about package automation and handling the packages and automating continuous monitoring all we want. But the flip side of that coin is what we're doing inside the PMO to make sure that we are doing the best we can to make everything as efficient and effective as possible. And then updating policy is a constant thing. The most recent examples, the external services and authorization boundary guidance that where the public comment period closed on Monday. This represents a significant departure from what the JAB has done before in terms of allowing data to traverse a JAB authorized boundary into agency authorized systems. I would encourage everybody to get out and read that if you haven't, and that'll give you a little flavor of where we're going. So talking about where we've been, where we are, let's look into the future a little bit. I sat down with my team and we came up with our vision, and what our vision is in FedRAMP is accelerating the expansion of a marketplace of secure cloud services for the federal government. There's a lot to unpack there, but it includes three main pillars. We want to grow the marketplace. Okay, we want to expand opportunities for CSPs to get into the FedRAMP marketplace to give the government a larger pool of authorized cloud services to choose from. Making sure that small businesses have those opportunities as well, so we can look at lowering the barrier to entry without lowering the bar of cybersecurity protection. We're going to continue to transform our processes. I tell my team this isn't a one and done. We're not going to automate and then, high five each other and go home. That's not the case. It's a continuous evolution and evaluation of and improvement of the processes is what we're striving for in FedRAMP. Again, not just our internal processes, but how we work together with other stakeholders. And then the last part is to promote partnerships. I am a firm believer that the partnerships are what help make the FedRAMP program what it is. Rudyard Kipling wrote that the strength of the wolf pack is the individual wolf, and the strength of the individual wolf is the pack. And it's through these partnerships that FedRAMP has, for instance, with ATARC, with other industry groups, with cloud providers, with agencies, with 3PAOs, and working closely with all these partners, getting constructive feedback, because I'll admit we have blind spots and we need to hear from you, is what will continue to keep FedRAMP successful. Thank you so much for your time. I hope you really enjoy your day. Thanks again to Tom and ATARC, and please continue to do the great things you're doing in your industries.
And we are working right now on a roundtable for continuous ATO. We think that's a big thing in the federal government. It's great we have all this technology, but how do we accelerate this implementation? And I know it's a big overhead to a lot of the companies. So we're going to look at Brian's group's going to be with it, but like risk management framework, we're going to try to get all the players on how we can make this a better process for everybody, because it's just very frictiony. So fantastic. Thank you again, Brian.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next, we have, and sorry, I hope you had your carrots. These our brochures came out. They're a little bit hard to read. So, and I've got old people eyes, so it makes it really, really tough. But anyway, our next speaker, if I can get my act together here, is I am trying to get my act together. 1 second. Yeah, right here. Hang on, Mark. I don't have your title. I'm just completely unprepared. Yeah, very good. We have a highly intelligent crew here. Mark Ryan, Federal Solutions Executive at Dynatrace. And before Mark gets going, I don't know. I'm from the telecom industry. I think I was talking to Tom about this. Every time you try to do an install, there'd be like something messed up. You wouldn't know where it was. Is it going to be is it the Bell company? Is it on site? Is it the telecom carrier? So that's always hit me. Like in one of the things is we're going to cloud, we're going to all this modern architecture, and then something breaks. Is it the API connection? Is it somebody put some new code in? and it's always been a problem. And so we've been partnering with Dynatrace on this topic. So really excited to hear your comments, Mark, and sorry about the lousy introduction, but thank you.
Good morning. As Tom said, my name is Mark Ryan. I'm an account executive at Dynatrace covering civilian territories. And I thought I'd start with a short story this morning to give you guys some context about Dynatrace. So a few years ago, we had some folks at Dynatrace that went to industry event. And at that industry event, they started to hear about some transformational technologies, the cloud, containers, microservices, and those kinds of things. And so they went back and spoke with engineering folks and wanted to figure out how well positioned we were to maximize on those, instrument those technologies. And what they found was that we probably weren't as well positioned for that as we wanted to be. And so as a result of that conversation, there was a decision made to embark on building a new platform. And the platform was really designed with a couple of things in mind: being able to instrument those technologies, be able to scale as those environments scaled. And the most important thing was to build AI ops into it at the core that would give us the ability not only to instrument, but scale. And, those decisions really have embarked some real continued innovation, some agile development, and, from the AOps perspective, really a key differentiator from Dynatrace. And what you'll see here has really kind of helped, push us into this leadership position, as you'll see on one of the other slides. So some of the things that we hear about when we meet with customers are some real challenges, right? And some of those challenges are around application, the components of those applications, and the fact that they're really complex enough as it is. And you couple that with moving them to the cloud, some of them being on premise, in some cases, some portions of them in both places, the challenges in the visibility of these applications and the infrastructure is really multiplied. So we also hear about a lot of challenges with these teams evaluating the issues that are actually occurring in their applications. And usually this is a result of multiple teams using multiple tools that are generating multiple alerts and different types of data. And usually what ends up happening there is those multiple teams end up having to take their versions of the data, get together in war rooms, and do some kind of manual interpretation of what they think the root cause of these problems are. And then one of the other problems that we really see folks complain a lot about is that they really have little visibility into the user's experience and the consumers of the applications that they're really producing. So this siloed approach is really more of a reactive, not proactive process, and really consumes a lot of time that could be better spent on more transformational tasks that actually drive real innovation. And these siloed approaches really make collaboration among teams difficult when we talk to these folks, since they're really using separate sources of truth. So, many federal agencies, have overcome this. And there's a couple of different ways that they've overcome it, right? So full stack observability really gives them some unique insights into what's going in the applications all the way down to the code level. So being able to see every component, and that's important. And you'll hear me say this a couple of times, but we can't stress this enough. The context with which we map this is important. Context really matters when it comes to precise causation or root cause. So continuous monitoring also allows the customers to have that real-time view. So being able to instrument containers as they come up and down, virtual machines as they come up and down, being able to scale as the environments scale up and down, and really kind of display more of what we would kind of refer to as a real-time CMDB. Being able to automate resolution of problems, being able to understand the causes of some of the problems, being able to proactively create remediation scripts for those and then automate that really saves a great deal of time. And from the zero trust perspective, the foundational principle for zero trust really is knowing where everything is, how it relates to one another. Context matters. Dynatrace directly supports that zero trust because it allows the teams to define the protect surface for their applications, identifying and classifying the applications really regardless of where they exist. And as I mentioned before, on-premise, in the cloud, or both. This really helps agencies, enforce those principles of least privilege, network segmentation, and proper configuration. And it kind of looks like I skipped over it, but I wanted to say this one for last. So from an application security perspective, we have a lot of customers that are running this now. And I think, we've all heard of the Log4j incident that happened last year. And I think, one of the things that was really impressive about the platform for us, when our customers, is that when Log4j was published as a CVE, our customers found out in minutes. And when they found out in minutes, what they found out was where it existed in the environment, where the components were, and what the remediations for those were, which was really important. Since we're doing that at runtime, it's a much better approach than having to go out, let's say, and search on the disk for where things exist. So as I mentioned, because of a lot of these deliberate efforts into rebuilding the platform with AI at its core, our agile development on the engineering side, and including these technologies, we've been a leader in the Magic Quadrant for the last 12 years. In fact, in the most recent one, out of 19 solutions that were analyzed, Dynatrace was selected #1 in those categories that you see listed. So let's talk about why. If we look at some examples, right, it's important to understand that everything that you're going to see here on these next couple of slides as I wrap up is a result of something we refer to as the one agent. So we have to install an agent, but we only have to install one. So if you have a host that has databases on it, for instance, we're not going to install an agent just to monitor the host and then install a separate agent or additional scripts or other kinds of configuration that may need to be done. It's just one. And when that agent gets installed, it's immediately going to begin to start baselining the host that it's installed on. It's also immediately going to begin to map the context of how all of these components are related to one another. And you can kind of see what looks a little bit like, a picture of a constellation or something like that. But that's really the mapping of the complex pieces of an application all the way down from the data center down to the code level if we need to do it that way. So you can now see that there's a lot of pathways of communication. And as you can kind of see here, there's some pathways that are highlighted in blue. What that means is when we mouse over those and hover, what we can see is here's all of the things that this particular component we have detected communicates with. And if we click on it, as you can see on the left there, gives us the ability to actually map and see exactly from that point on down everything that's involved. So once we've mapped that topology, and then set the performance baselines, we can actually now determine very precisely where issues arise in the environment. In fact, on the left, we could click on problem, and we could start looking at problem cards. This is a pretty good example of what that looks like. So when we start to hone in on these specific issues, there's some really important things that jump out here. There's a wealth of valuable information here. We can actually tell from a business indicator what parts of the infrastructure, what users, what applications, when it occurred, and of course, we can get to root cause pretty quickly there. We also have the ability, which is, from a DevOps perspective, for people to be able to fix things that are occurring, it's really important to be able to reproduce the problem. And this is one of the things on the problem card that gives us the ability to actually replay as those components began to encounter errors. We can actually replay the order that happened. And of course, if we're remediating that, we would also see near the end of that replay, that remediation. So in this particular example, we've highlighted it here, a couple important things. The root cause here was determined to be, and Tom actually alluded to this in his introduction, that somebody actually deployed some code and that code created an issue. We've determined that the root cause was that code deployment, and they are actually very proactive in this particular instance where they said, look, if we deploy this and there ends up being an error, what's the remediation for that error? In this particular instance, it was to roll back to the previous version of code. And so they actually created a script for that remediation. And as part of this, we could actually hand that off to Ansible. Ansible could run that script and it could remediate the problem for us. So think about this happening, let's say over a weekend, right? If we have all of this set up here and we have this remediation set up in a closed loop, it gives us the ability to find the error, submit a ticket to ServiceNow, for instance, have Ansible take this job, roll it, and get the application back up and running as quickly as possible, which is really the goal. So some of the other things that we can do here, which are really important, if somebody that's having an issue in an application comes and says, hey, you know, I'm having an issue and I think it was this, reproducing the error is always really important. So being able to actually look into the session that the user was in when they were having this issue really provides a wealth of information, right? We know where they are, we know what browsers they were, what specific applications or actions they took. And from a DevOps perspective, this is really hugely important, right? It gives them the real needle in the haystack. They don't actually have to go and figure out where it is. We're actually going to show them. And as I mentioned before, since we're tracing this down to the code level, if we correlate the time at which they're actually seeing these errors in the application to what actual instructions we're executing, again, hugely important for them to get to a resolution of that. So finally, for even greater insight, we could actually even replay the user session, right? So we could actually go to the user session if they were kind of describing an error and it's a little bit nebulous from our perspective. This gives us the ability to actually replay it and see what the user saw. We've actually even had some customers that have had, you know, kind of a cyber attack, if you will, that was successful, be able to go back and actually capture the user session. They were actually able to replay what the person that came in was seeing on their screen. And this, coupled with all of that full stack metrics, really give us you know, a great deal of information from a collaboration perspective. So I want to thank Tom and the ATARC team for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I'll be here throughout the day, and I'm really happy to answer any questions, schedule conversations, demos, etc.
Before you head out, 1 second. What's the most surprising thing you've seen on a government network? Obviously not with no attribution whatsoever.
Wow.
Maybe something you see reoccurring.
So I think the thing that we see reoccurring on a regular basis is you know, things that just a real lack of insight, you know, in terms of what's really going on in applications. And I think, you know, I think the thing that I've seen create panic a number of times is after we do a POC and we kind of do a readout, and when they start seeing alerts about virtual machines that are very critical that are about to run out of space, and somebody jumps up and runs out of the room to run down and, you know, provision more space. Those are always fun.
I can see that happening. Thank you so much for that. That was great. Next, I'm going to introduce a friend of the program, a fellow Gen X person. Jason and I so how many people are baby boomers? That's okay. It's not a crime. How many people are Gen X? There you go. How many Gen Y? Okay. See, they always have this debate in the federal government. It's like, how are baby boomers going to react to Gen Z and all this kind of stuff? And you know, we're kind of like here now. You know, you should talk about us a little bit. So, Jason, you coming? Okay. I'm going to hand you the baton.
You can hand me that. I hope so.
Yeah.
So, Tom, I want to tell you something real quick. I went to it's Tuesday night now. I went to the Smashing Pumpkins Jane's Addiction concert. And yes, it was a celebration of Gen X. So my friend and I were walking through, and we were talking about an article that just came up, and you guys should come up. Like, don't be shy. Where's the rest of the panel, Tom? Is it just two of us now? Whoever's left on the panel. But anyways, my friend and I were talking about an article. There's a couple articles on Gen X that came out just recently. And I was like, I thought they were really right on articles. And we just were randomly talking in the Cap One Center, and some woman stopped us and goes, "This is like a Gen X celebration." And she was so excited to talk to us. She was probably our age, you know, late 40s, early 50s. And she was so excited to talk to us and be at this concert with like bands from the 90s. So when Tom talks about it, it is true. We're still holding on, I guess. So anyways, let's talk about something more important than grunge music. Let's talk about cloud. Anyways, as always, thanks to Tom, to Kim Eastridge, and all the folks at ATARC for inviting me to moderate. I always enjoy these events. As you heard, I'm Jason Miller, Executive Editor at Federal News Network. Yes, you can find us on federalnewsnetwork.com. And of course, if you drove in this morning, your AM radio button still works. I promise. I tested mine out. And yes, you still get 1500 AM there. So please hit that button. If you've seen me moderate before, you know I like to get you going in the morning, a little trivia to get your mind going. It's a little early. I've only had 1 cup of coffee myself, so there's plenty more coming there. But I want to get you going. So we're talking about cloud computing, so I have some trivia on cloud computing, of course. So I have to tell you, Brian did steal one of my trivia questions, so I'm going to see how well you all paid attention, but I have more for it. So, okay, so this is audience participation, so please call out the answers if you know them or guess. Right? That's part of what we do here. And then I have the wireless mic, and during the panel, I'll come down and take audience questions. We want this to be interactive. So, first trivia question. How much money were agencies expected to spend on cloud services in 2022? Final numbers aren't in yet, so this is a guesstimate from one of the market research firms. How much money? Give me a guess. 10 billion. Higher? 40 billion. Lower? We're somewhere in between 10 and 40. 25, that's a little closer. All right, here we go. 14.5 billion is expected to spend on cloud services in 2022. That's from Dell Tech. They do expect growth to be up by 28% by 2024 to 18.6 billion. So, all right. Now, if you were watching Brian Conrad's presentation, he told you the answer to this, but I'm going to go one step deeper. We know how many FedRAMP approved cloud services are in the marketplace. Do you guys remember this? Exactly. Now, let's break that down. Majority are infrastructure, platform, or software as a service. Let's go there. It's a next level question. Software, she got it right. All right. There are, by my count, 24 infrastructure as a service, 45 platform as a service, and 249 software as a service. Now, some companies, as you all know very well, you do more than one, but that's how I counted it up. All right, last one. We talk about cloud, you got to talk about data centers. Because why are we moving to the cloud? Because agencies are getting out of their data centers. So how many tier 1, we're just talking the top level data centers, remain open government-wide? Let me get a guess. Tom Santucci, be quiet. I know he just told him, so I told Tom. And you? 100? No, too low? 17. Remember, just tier 1, so that would be, I think, the non-tiered one, which we can get, Tom will tell you all about OMB's problems with that later. Anybody else? All right, according to the latest statistics, Tom, that you put up there as of, I think, September 8th, 331 tiered data centers are left. Now, that's more than, it was up to 1,800 in 2017. So you could see how much progress is made. So when Jerry Connolly shakes his fist and yells at Tom Santucci for not doing more, Tom should do more, point to that number. All right, a little bit of food for thought to get you going in the morning. Now you have something to talk to your friends and family tonight at dinner about. I'm sure they would be excited to talk about data centers. Here's how we're gonna do the panel today. I've asked each of our panelists to take about 3 to 5 minutes, maybe less because it's a big panel, to tell you something you don't know about what they're doing with cloud and cloud migration. We don't do intros, we don't do bios. If you don't know what Casey Cook does at USDA, look them up. I did because I think we're gonna do an interview eventually. If you don't know what Heather does at Interpol, look her up. I'm sure she's out there, right? And then we're gonna get to your audience questions. Please participate. Remember, I'm a reporter. I get paid to ask questions. They'd much rather hear from you. So I will walk around with the mic, Phil Donahue style for the Generation Xers and beyond, remember that? And then we'll have a great conversation. And so we are unrehearsed, we're unplanned. So we'll start at the end of the table. Mike,
thanks,
take
Jason.
it away.
First thing I'd like to say, I'm glad to be physically presenting instead of presenting on Zoom at home in my home office. That's the first thing. We've been in the Cloud United States Trustees program for almost 5 years now. So we've learned a lot of lessons in that time frame. I've talked with a lot of agencies, both private and public, and a couple things I want to bring up in a short 1 to 2 minutes. I want to quote the Good to Great book, first who, then what. I think the key is getting the right people on the bus. I think that quote, even though the book is quite old, is very applicable in your cloud migration. If you don't have the right skill set and the right mindset, the ability to fail fast, that agile mindset, you're going to struggle to get to the cloud. And the people I've talked with, and some I've talked with, several years later, I think that's the foundational item that a lot of people miss and struggle to get to the cloud because they don't have an agile mindset or the right people in the bus. The other thing, I'm using my laptop like I do at home for my prompter. Continual training, having that continual training from brown bag sessions once a month to meeting with the vendor on a regular basis is critical, because the cloud is constantly changing. As you see from AWS event, or Azure Ignite, or the Google Cloud Summit, they put out updates in the hundreds every single conference along the and throughout the year, and you have to keep up with that, not just in hands-on training, reading. Those are two critical elements I think are important to get to the cloud migration faster and more efficient. And questions, cloud governance, billing, automation, cost management, I want to talk about some of the technical things, but I wanted to bring those two things up as foundational items.
All right, Mike, my one follow-up has to come back to, how are you doing that? If you want to say we have Agile, we want to make sure we're constantly training, we want to make sure our people...
I'll address the Agile. We do a weekly meeting, 11 o'clock Wednesday, for folks that know me, have been to that meeting. We have a Kanban board with all the teams. We go over it. We've been doing this since I've been there for 7 years. It's been very successful, ensuring we prioritizing the right things, addressing blockers. We have what I called a block party. Every quarter we go over the blocked items so we can remove those blocked items or address them. They could be overcome by events or other things. We have brown bags. We have open office hours. We have a lot of different training events, and we encourage people, if they go to training, share the notes, share the knowledge, and post. We use Teams to post a lot of our information out there and share that. So sharing knowledge, transparency, constant training, and like I said, that weekly meeting with the Kanban board really helps.
Right.
Some of the specific things.
All right, I'm sure there's more questions, but I love the block party. It's a good play on names. All right, Heather from Interpol.
Good morning. So first of all, anyone confused by the photo in the program, that is not me. I am the actual Heather Kowalski of Interpol Washington. So a slight mistake. I'll follow up with ATARC at another time. It's a lovely photo though, so I think I came off on the better side of that. Just a little something about Interpol, because it does get a little confusing. So there's Interpol headquarters based in France. And then every one of the 195 countries that are members of Interpol have their own national central bureau. That is the group I am representing. We are part of the Department of Justice. We're co-managed by the Department of Homeland Security. And despite what you see in movies, might read in books, there's no helicopters on the roof of the building. We don't have super secret spies coming through. We're totally a data brokerage. So there are 200 international partners, 18,000 domestic partners, and if anybody wants to talk, we're the mechanism that brings that through. So, sounds great, law enforcement. Really, we're just a giant file room of information, and we're trying to make the most of the technologies that are available to us. So in brokering this data, as you might understand or might suspect, it used to be your police file, well, if anyone has one, would just be a handful of papers. So as you can imagine, in our world, that's a very small file, not a big deal. But as technologies have changed, now your files include video, data, multimedia combination packages, so obviously much larger. That puts a terrible weight on us to try and really make this work in terms of where we put this data and respect whoever owns the data. We are now the steward on behalf of our international partners potentially. So it's an interesting challenge because I have no choice but to look into this world of cloud. However, the number one thing I need to do is educate my bosses. So the bosses for Interpol Washington come from very large organization, and a lot of what we're talking about here is just sort of white noise, and they've never been exposed to what actually has to happen. So like Mike just described, you just don't take what you have, pick it up and dump it in the cloud. And you need to be able to set that expectation with your leadership so that they understand there's work to be done. And if you don't do it correctly up front, you're potentially not just perpetuating problems, you're creating new ones that are just going to make it that much more complicated to clean it up. The other thing is you want to avoid the boss saying, we went to the cloud, job done. It's like, all right, if we're going to take everything, push it over here, we all need to be ready for the work that comes after it. A very difficult conversation sometimes because you are talking to people whose sole knowledge of cloud was a single article in a, maybe a business journal, and you're trying to set expectations. The other thing, and Mike has touched on it, is learn from what you do. Don't repeat mistakes. So go in that iterative fashion, make sure that you do the lessons learned, what worked, what didn't work, And at the same time, technology is shifting around you. So take that moment to see if there's something else you should be doing as you go into the next stage. And the final thing, I touched on it briefly. You want to take advantage of every iteration to be sure you're improving. So that cycle of continuous improvement. Don't move your garbage over. Make sure you're tidying as you go along. And I use that word specifically because a lot of times you just need to reorganize. You need to take advantage of what's available to you. So in summary, it's make sure people understand what actually has to happen. And that's building on what Mike said. There are tools and processes. The Kanban board is an obvious choice. Make sure you're using it, but explaining why it's valuable.
All right. I love that also, the idea of don't move your garbage, tidy as you go along. So we have a block party, we have someone who's cleaning the house, hopefully. Heather, quick follow-up on that. You mentioned this idea of think about the next stage. What are you doing to get there? Where are you today in terms of using the cloud, and what's your next stage look like? Can you give us just a little bit?
Question.
Excellent question. I get paid to do this.
Because it actually demonstrates what I was just talking about. We made an initial foray, and it was as much for us to learn what we didn't know as it was to actually move to the cloud, and it didn't work as we expected. So we have taken a step back. We're investing in some more training. We're looking for specific skill sets, and we're about to look at what the next phase is. Without giving too many secrets about what my current state of technology is, I don't have the funds to go out and buy brand new hardware to support my on-prem, and it's worth the effort to go into the cloud to take advantage of that space. But we're in that convincing everyone that this is the proper approach.
All right. So Casey Cook from USDA, you've already convinced everyone this is the right approach. So let's give us an update on cloud.
Well, something you don't know, USDA has 2 of the tiered data centers that were discussed. It's part of our 7 cloud landing zones. We support 29 agencies internally and as many outside. So we're a shared service provider to the government. Continuous learning, trying to take off what they've said, is that ability to be willing to try and fail, like do a proof of concept, test something out. If it doesn't work, that's not a failure. Like, it doesn't crush your program. It gives you a chance to modernize. And cloud's not a destination. It's really about that value of what you're going to provide. Moving to the cloud gives you a chance to modernize and move things forward. It doesn't just solve a problem, like Heather said, just moving to the cloud. Closing a data center, that's not success. It's delivering value to your customers or the American public in like a lot of our cases.
You're brief. Let's talk a little bit about where USDA is with the cloud, because I think migration is good. You hit upon some of the things we hear a lot about. Don't be afraid to fail. Cloud's not a destination. But let's maybe dig the next level down. How are you guys, your migration path so far? Where are you at? And can you give me just a little bit of top level of how you are using the cloud today versus 3 years ago, 5 years ago?
Sure. Over the last 4 years, we've increased our cloud usage by about 25 to 30% annually. So continued growth. That's through really a lot of experimentation and testing out where we're working. We have some large programs that have been in like a managed space that they're moving into more of a hyperscaler to enable them to modernize, and then that really is going to allow them to see growth through the cost savings they've had through their other programs, and that enables them to further experiment and optimize their delivery.
All right, and if you're not familiar with, Casey's done some tremendous work around APIs as well, so something to ask him about later on. I'll just set that table. Steve from ICE, tell us something we don't know.
Well, I'm from USCIS, but...
I'm sorry, didn't they have you as ICE? No, I messed that up. Steve from USCIS, take it away.
Citizenship and Immigration Services. Okay, so USCIS has been in the cloud since 2014. Right now, we're focused in 2 main areas, and that is the optimization of the workloads that are in the cloud and how to control cost. So as has been stated before, really getting to the cloud is about managing the life cycle of the applications once they get there. There's not a move it to the cloud, and then you're finished. It is an ongoing life cycle process to manage those workloads. So under the optimization banner, if you will, we have taken workloads or taken systems that were moved over to handle hardware maintenance agreement renewals, things like that. From the data center, we moved those applications into the cloud, and now we're beginning to take them and move them either to a container workload or optimize them to be more cloud native. And so that part of the lifecycle management is a continual process as well. As new services come on, as new services become available within the cloud, we may convert what's being done today on a virtual instance to a service that's provided by the cloud. And the other area that I would say that we're focused on is cost control. So once you get workloads into the cloud, you're running systems into the cloud, managing the financial aspects of that is an ongoing process as well. And so we are taking on different projects. We're looking at different aspects of how we spend money, how we save money, and then using different techniques to control our costs in how either the system is behaving, how it's performing, et cetera, to make sure that we have stability across our financial landscape.
All right. One quick follow-up there. We talk about controlling costs. We hear a lot about FinOps. We hear a lot about technology business management. We hear kind of these frameworks. Is that something, whether it's those things or something similar, that you all have started to go down that path of how to kind of understand your costs, or how are you doing it?
Right. So very early on in our adoption, we did use FinOps products to monitor how much we were spending in our cloud accounts. However, the tools not only provide you information about how much you're spending, but it also gives you recommendations about how to control costs. And there are other tools that are provided by the cloud service providers that have you analyze how well architected your systems are, how you are doing certain business processes or governance. And we're taking those recommendations into account as we look at different systems and our monitoring of different systems. And then, of course, when we start moving workloads to containers or using containerized services, we're using the tools sets that are available with those container platforms to manage our cost as well.
All right, a lot more on cost we could talk about, I'm sure. But we'll move to Steve from Genesis. Steve, tell us something we don't know about what you're seeing in the market.
Well, a little bit about Genesis, if you don't know who we are. We're a contact center, customer experience vendor, software provider, cloud. We've made some changes recently. Our portfolio, we eliminated one of our cloud platforms, multi-cloud, and focusing specifically on Genesis Cloud CX. We're a few weeks away from our ATO. What we've learned, what we continue to see is, Heather spoke about it before, the importance of discovery, right? A lot of folks are very much in a hurry to get to the cloud. Many people know why, they don't know how. And we're seeing a lot of folks really want to take what they have today, those technical requirements, and replicate them in the cloud. And honestly, particularly in our space, the technology, telecommunications, unified communications, and collaboration contact center, some of the reasons the platforms you have today are doing those things are because they were the only way to do those things at the time, right? So we encouraged a different approach, right? Which is, instead of starting with these functional requirements or technical requirements, start with business requirements. Let's sit down and talk about what it is you're really trying to do. Business requirements beget functional requirements, and functional requirements beget technical requirements. We see a lot of folks just, the RFPs keep coming out. Here's what we have, we want it to look exactly like that when we get there. You probably don't, and you probably don't need that. So sometimes that's the case, and certainly not an overnight transition, but we think we can help you with that. And the iterative process is another thing. We see a lot of agencies with plans to move to the cloud, but then they think they're done, and that is certainly not the case. So we're seeing a lot of that. today, and we're happy to help. But that iterative review, making sure that when you get there, that's just the first step. That's something to keep in mind. That's what we're seeing out there today.
All right, we're going to come to your questions in a second, so think of them. I'm going to have one quick follow-up for Steve. I love this concept of business requirements. What's the disconnect you're seeing when you talk to federal clients of why they just want to lift and shift is maybe not the best word, but it's that idea of, well, we were doing it here, let's do it this way in the cloud. Can you just offer a little bit of why is that? Because we've been talking about this idea of business first, mission first.
We see a combination of things. Part of it's change. It's just change, right? And if you're talking about a platform change, you may be talking about an onerous training requirement, right? And it's really not that bad. If you come down to think about, particularly in our industry, what you do in contact center customer experience, you're taking calls, you're being able to, you're taking multi-channel contacts from your constituents and you're treating them, right? So there's different ways to treat those up front. Journey mapping is very important right now. We believe that introducing empathy into the equation is very important, improving both the customer and the employee experience. But to do that, you really have to start with what the business is trying to do. And so many people really are set with, I mean, all the way down to, I want my reports to look exactly the way they've looked, right? And they may not even be capturing the data that they actually need to do some proper analysis. So it's really important to come in with an open mind and really sit down and whiteboard, business requirements. There's brainstorming activities you could do and a lot of things sort of kick things around. You ask silly questions like, what do you wish would happen when the phone would ring? Well, I wish I would make a cup of coffee. We can actually do that. But what you do, you start to get to think about what happens during that action. And they say, well, here's why we've done it before. What can we do now, right? So that disconnect between business to functional requirements is just, I think sometimes it's speed. Sometimes it's just, I have to get I've got to migrate to the cloud. I got to do it now. My ATARC scorecard's killing me on EIS. Let's go. There's a way to do that. And the other thing we want to just bring up is that you don't have to move it all, and you don't have to swap out the entire platform to make improvements. There's opportunities to introduce technology from the cloud to integrate with what you have in a hybrid environment as you deploy. So it can be a crawl, walk, run. There may be an opportunity where you really need to abandon something in place, but we have not found that to be the case.
All right, I saw a lot of nods heading on the stage, so I appreciate it. If someone wants to jump in real quick, otherwise I have the first question. No, all right, we'll take the first question. Stand up and tell them who you are. I'll hold the mic, because it's my mic.
Hi, good morning. David Hurst, VMware. I'm curious for the federal folks, your relationship to and your attitude toward federal policy, mandates regarding zero trust and cloud adoption and so forth. Do you see it as a positive influence? Do you see it as an irritation? Do you ignore it entirely? Could you talk about that a little bit?
And we're on the record, so I can start answering that question. It's really important. It's OMB makes really good sense. Go ahead.
I can take that. I think the policy actually is good. It puts the benchmark out there for you to push to. Cyber, the enterprise logging 2131, the recent SBOM, and the BOD on the vulnerability scanning. I think the key is you got to keep up with it. Again, continual learning what's coming out. I'm always reading about it, sharing it with the team, and talking about what does that mean for us. And again, Agile, breaking down the epic, breaking down what we need to do to get to those memos and achieve that. But I think it's good. I think the enterprise logging one is especially good because I don't think a lot of agencies were logging everything, and they weren't definitely consolidating and looking at it with a lot of things. So I do think it's positive, and it pushes you.
And let me give a challenge to it. When they come without funding and we're expected to deliver, now you're robbing Peter to pay Paul to go ahead with whatever almost the flavor of the month is. And the second part of it is if we're focused on these newest issue, have we actually finished the last one? Did we bring, and so Mike and I represent Department of Justice. It's a very large organization, and the big 8 make up 80 to 90% of Department of Justice. That means 35 components are kind of in the noise on the side. We don't have the budgets, we don't have the attention. So have I gotten to the point where I can actually achieve what these EOs and policies want me to do, or am I so far behind and now I'm even further behind? So there is a challenge to it.
Okay, another question? Oh, there we go. That's how I get my steps in. Yeah. My microphone.
Good morning, Gail Azaroff with Pluralsight. So a few of you mentioned continuous learning and training for your team members. Can you share with us what you're doing to upskill your workforce on cloud skills?
Yeah, I'll talk about it because within USDA, we have a solution called AgLearn that has a lot of partner programs that enable various different tracks, and they're continuously circling back with us to ask, what are the next things you want to see? What are things you're seeing on the operational side or the technical side that we can enable in our AgLearn program? And there's 120,000 users at USDA. And then we have that service offered to other agencies because it's so successful. And that availability of the federal partners and the private partners that are enabled through that really help us to dynamically change that.
I'll just add, we have Learn DOJ, which is the learning program similar, as Casey spoke about USDA. I think a couple things. I think working with your strategic large cloud vendors, most of them provide a lot of free training or announce free training, so you're close with those account executives and taking advantage of that. The other thing we try to do, I try to do in particular, if I hear about free training, I announce it to the team so people are aware of the opportunity. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with all the different free opportunities. So being close to your strategic, you're not going to get trained if you have 10 cloud vendors. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 may be less strategic. You're focused on your big IaaS, SaaS, and PaaS vendors to make sure you're trained and well-versed to them. That, along with the brown bag sessions where you talk about some of these trainings and maybe even watch them together, are some of the things we try to do.
Steve, let me just ask you, because since CIS has been in the cloud for the longest of most agencies, have you found the training piece, finding the federal employees to help with cloud or to understand cloud been difficult, or have you found, do you have a magic bullet that you can share?
A magic bullet, no. Let's see. So from the federal side, we do have a few folks that are pretty savvy in the cloud. We have some we have some teams that are federal employees that are cloud certified, that work on different aspects of it. Most of our cloud talent does come from our contracts at this point. Similar to what Mike said, we do a lot of brown bag sessions. We do a lot of internal training for the systems that we put together. We also have a lot of vendor training for the platforms that we use. That's been a key to our success as well.
Yep. I think the biggest challenge for a lot of federal employees, at least ourselves, is there's so much free training, so much workshops, committees, that you get overwhelmed. So you really got to focus and look at what are your strategic partners and where do you want to spend your time. If you're in one IaaS provider, you don't want to get trained in all 3. That's going to be a waste of your time. And I think that's one of the bigger challenges. There's so many opportunities coming to a federal employees that you've got to really be able to focus. And I block time off on the calendar, generally Fridays, to do some deep learning and really focus on a subject for a couple hours.
All right, look, another question. David Hernandez. So mine's more around organizational alignment. I know we're talking a little bit about upskilling the labor force and that transition in the cloud. And realistically, sometimes as that shift starts to happen, any agency can just lift and shift, but really to get the most value out of operating in that environment, you're starting to see changes in the way that different organizations divvy out those responsibilities, shifting from maybe more of a monolithic project-oriented structure to kind of a more product-oriented model. Curious how each one of your offices or groups are kind of taking part in some of those changes, where you're influencing it, and what are your thoughts?
You stumped the panel.
Not yet.
So let me maybe help them. Go ahead.
I'll try to take this one. So at USCIS, we have one thing that we've done is we've centralized our cloud operating environment, if you will. It's managed by a central team where all of, everyone in the agency that wants to consume cloud services comes through a broker model. Okay, we have a centralized BPA for the agency that allows different development groups or application support teams to consume cloud services, whether it's IaaS or PaaS or SaaS services. And that has helped streamline it from an organizational perspective. In terms of operations for the applications itself, USCIS is or has been a proponent of DevOps and agile development. So we have dedicated DevOps teams that manage certain applications. They take it into the cloud and manage it, from development through production and operations. Obviously, it's a very complex organization, so there are multiple stakeholders in some of these in some of the ops. But overall, we have an OIT organization that's broken up into essentially delivery services, and the cloud is kind of an underpinning of that delivery service.
So one thing from the perspective of where I am, we are tiny. I mean, tiny, both in the number of total users and the IT shop. And my aspiration, and it's new, we were kind of offset by COVID, put off the path. The goal is to get to what Steve just described, because in my view, the federal government can't continue doing what it has been doing, which is very discrete tasks. Boom, I'll call it the modified waterfall. We can't keep doing that. Things are changing too quickly. There's too much uncertainty in budgeting. There's too much uncertainty in terms of the security that we have to do. The talent is a horrible issue that I know we're all facing, public and private sector. How do you get the right people, which is now forcing us to look at people who did not come up in a technology vein. So you need to be able to build the team that's making the most of those skills. What business person has some techie skills and can kind of be that hybrid? So that is my aspiration for my organization. I don't know how we'll get there, and part of it is simply numbers. You need to have the right people going to training. You need to have that right discussion. Goes back to one of my opening comments. Your bosses have to understand what you're doing. If they read something, it's a hot topic, why aren't you doing it? Well, because nobody's been to training and it's not quite the same thing, so.
Something that we've done at USDA to kind of follow on what Heather said as well as Steve, is we formed a USDA-wide cloud working group because we have to meet our mission areas where they're at. We have a lot of self-managed mission areas as well as customers that depend on centralized IT to support them because of size and scope. So we meet bi-weekly now. We have about 75 to 100 attendees across the 8 mission areas, 29 agencies. And we have 4 focus areas, and we're expounding that. We're growing into like a community of practice around different capabilities in DevSecOps and various interests that we're kind of trying to grow organically to allow that kind of partnership so they don't have to be the only group within our agency doing something. So they have someone to reach out to and kind of crowdsource some of that information, because we're very large and not everybody's aware of whatever other organizations are doing. We're trying to help facilitate that at the department.
Steve, let me just ask you to jump in here, because one of the things obviously Genesis does around customer experience, customer service, it's not just the external ones, right? People coming to services for USDA or CIS, but it's also the internal people too. Are you starting to see some of that discussion about how to ensure the internal folks within agencies have the right skill sets, that they're meeting the customer experience?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that's starting to be, thankfully, as a systems engineer, a growing trend is the adoption of knowledge management as a practice across the federal government, right? All the things that we're talking about here is access to data, how to examine data, whether it's retention training, migration plans, a working group. Knowledge management as a practice is something that's, excuse me, sort of coming into its own in the federal government, which is great. What we see on the inside when it comes to something like customer experience, Gardner just coined this, customer experience plus employee experience equals total experience phrase. We've been kind of saying that for a while, but we do see a lot of folks focusing on the employees, understanding that retention is the core of training, right? Which is the longer you keep people, the more efficient you are in the contact center space when you focus on that journey. And we talk about journey mapping so that the agent understands where you've been when you call in as a constituent, and I don't have to ask you 20 questions. More pleasant for the agent, more pleasant for the person calling in. That's how we introduce empathy. But when you start looking at that as a retention tool and making the experience better for the employee, all the other fun metrics that everybody wants, reduce call time, average handling time, all the good stuff, it follows because the agent's taking less time that they require to gather information. They're happier. When they're happier, they stay longer. It's a better experience across the board. So if you focus on the employee in all the environments, not just your help desk, I feel that that's the key, right? Everybody talks about the silver tsunami. I'm not sure which generation that applies to. It might be ours now, X. We're on our way out, right? But there is a need to retain the knowledge. The amount of knowledge walking out the door at some of these agencies is incredible. It's happening in industry as well. So I think the adoption of knowledge management as a practice is the answer to that.
I always like when Steve talks because he doesn't breathe. Have you noticed that? I had him on a panel and I was just like, wow, that was the quickest 28 minutes we ever did. So, another question here from Joe. My mic.
Joe Gavin, Datadog. Heather, you mentioned making the most of the tech available to you. My question's on FedRAMP sponsorship and vendors being available. Has anyone on the panel been part of sponsoring? And if so, what's the criteria used and overall view on making more vendors available to you?
So that would be good. More vendors is good, but no, not I.
I mean, I was involved in my previous role as a cybersecurity architect 6-7 years ago, sponsoring and being involved. In a smaller component now, we don't have the resources. We generally leave that to the larger OCIO at DOJ. I think looking at, is it strategic for the agency? Is it being used, as Heather said, we have a lot of components. Is it being used by one component, or does it have the potential to be used by 7 or 8 or 9 components? I think that's one of the criteria. It's going to have a good use case. I think that's probably the number one. And then understand the company, where they're at in their security journey. Are they ready? Do they have 3PAO? Do they understand the process? Talking with them, you can kind of get a flavor for that too, because some companies, Silicon Valley, born and raised, and they come and you say FATAR or FedRAMP or NIST 853, Rev 3, 4, 5. They're like, what are you talking about? So you have to look at that. A lot of times, I'm not name companies, but back 6 or 7 years ago, they had to hire some federal folks that understood the federal environment to come in and get them FedRAMP. I know a couple large vendors struggled to get FedRAMP for a couple years because they didn't have that knowledge. I don't want to say Silicon Valley, but outside of the federal space, and they didn't understand the lexicon, which really challenged them.
Casey, did you guys, and this may be more of your CIO question, but did you guys had did you sponsor some vendors, or did you just stick with JAB?
We have sponsored some. I just personally haven't.
Okay. All right. We have another question.
Yeah, hey, Bob Dorch with Dynatrace. This is a follow-up to the prior question, specifically pointed towards Casey. I found it impressive you've got 29 internal customers, but equally or more impressive is the fact you have 29 external agency customers. Kind of curious as to what your secret sauce is or value proposition that's led all these agencies to look to you as a shared service provider.
Good question. Really, it's the historical. So we came out of what used to be called NITSE. So we were a data center, and we had that reputation of delivery and support, and then meeting our customers' business needs and continuing to evolve our portfolio. And we have a large portfolio of services and capabilities that we can offer from a federal partner, as well as the ability to be very agile to that because of our fundings through interagency agreements with our customers. And that gives us a lot of flexibility to change and try things out and work through that with a lot less complexities because it's a federal partnership. And really that experience of delivery, that's really success is only one failure away, right?
Right.
And I'll just kind of expand that question because the Justice folks, if you don't mind, a lot of what Justice is doing is providing at headquarters level, providing some shared services for justice at first, but I know they're looking to expand out, for instance, some of the cyber stuff. Are you all taking advantage of that or plan to, or you're not going to say no, Melinda Rogers can go away, but.
We are taking advantage of a lot of shared services. Being a smaller component, we regularly use the SOC and a lot of the services with the DOJ. I think the key for federated agencies with smaller to mid-sized component is to work closely, pilot the services with your OCIO, whether it be DHS, DOJ, or whatever. And so you're in the know. Again, that continual training, that continual learning, you don't want to be on the back end of the caboose and learning about it at the end. You want to kind of be out front so you can help shape it and give feedback to the service to make it better. If you just wait in the background and then you complain, but you weren't involved in the testing, then it's hard to speak up and say, I didn't like this. Well, you gotta pilot, you gotta be agile, you gotta be looking for new services. How do I make things better?
And to extend on that, you want to be involved because you have to remind the very large organizations, I don't have your budget. So yeah, this platinum plated, this would be incredible. I will never be able to pay for it. So, it doesn't do any good. And that has been an interesting conversation. I'll give our current CIO her props. Melinda Rogers has really been focused on making sure that we the department are getting what we paid for, but that we're doing this in a cost-effective way to the extent we can, because we do have the challenges that Mike and I have just described.
I just had an interview, hasn't run yet, with the Grants Quality Service Management Office, CUSMO, very similar. Trust, and trust. That's what came through so many times from that interview, is how important trust is. So I think when it comes to shared services, it's all about trust. Okay, we have another question? Oh, Steve, jump in.
I have a question for the rest of the panel.
Oh, hey, it's my job.
So pilots, trials, when you were trying to evaluate cloud technology and you have only a production environment to evaluate it on, but you're looking at maybe technology that may or may not have an ATO, or what do you find is the challenge, or how have you overcome the hurdle of, I want to evaluate technology but the only way I can do it is on my production network, and I may not be allowed to touch the system I want to touch in the cloud. Are you finding that to be a challenge? Is there a remediation around that yet, or are you just getting the exceptions you need?
No, we have dedicated cloud accounts that we call non-production or sandbox. When a new piece of technology comes up, we do a TAB review or a technical advisory board review that has different stakeholders on it. And once those stakeholders have agreed to implement the technology, then we put the technology into a sandbox and evaluate it.
I think, Steve, to add to it, I think a lot of federal agencies use government clouds. So a lot of times when the service comes out, it's already been tested in the commercial worldwide cloud for 6 months, a year, sometimes even a year and a half. And it's already been FedRAMP authorized and added to FedRAMP catalog. So there's a little bit less risk to do that. But again, off network or a production environment can be used to test. But a lot of these services, by the time you get to test them, are fairly mature. If it's all up new cloud service, that's a different situation. I'm talking about the IaaS and PaaS you've been using, or SaaS, and you're just adding a new service.
We follow up. We do similar to what Steve described, how we have we're shared services providers, so everything's production to us. Because the customer might use it for dev, but to them it's got to be up all the time. But we isolate them, and we worked with our security groups to do like authority to use and authority to test, and really isolate as best we can, and try and make the risk match kind of the capability, and go through an assessment there to try and get the best value, because sometimes you got to test it in the real world, and you got to get as close to real as you can. Right.
And I would add, this is one of those things of making sure your leadership understands what's happening and what steps are being taken. The immediate reaction from my front office, including the general counsel, is no, we're not going to let anyone come in that we don't have extensive contracts and procurements and protections and so on. But at a certain point, you have to say, we can't ascertain whether this tool actually does what we want. We can't tell whether this piece of the solution is what we need. So like I said earlier, where we have tried the cloud and it didn't work, one of our valuable lessons was, yeah, we need to play with this, so that we can learn and try some things, which means let's create some bogus data just to see how the workflows are going. But the discussion with the front office was not an easy one.
Thank you.
All right, got a couple more questions. Tell me who you are.
Mike Cardacy, FedHive. When you were just talking about playing with the different softwares, that sort of thing, are you looking at some kind of lab? Because obviously you can't get things for free, and then you need a demo space and you need to have it integrate. So how are you looking to extend that experience?
Yeah, in our perspective, we have not come up with an answer yet. So, and I would find it particularly difficult. We were having a conversation over here earlier. Once upon a time, it was too complicated to decompose my solution into different vendors. You went to one vendor so that you avoided exactly what we just talked about. But nowadays, networking is to the point, telecommunications is to the point. I can have a different provider for each major segment, but I don't have the space where I can go, the sandbox, the playbox, where I can actually go test those in a meaningful way, which means now I need to encumber you, the vendor, which isn't exactly fair to you because I am not committing to anything, and this is work on your side. I've been on your side of the table, and I know there's always that balance. Not an easy decision, and obviously not an easy, well, I don't think I can even ask you to do it, so that gets into where we have problems.
I was just going to add, being in the cloud for 4.5, 5 years, a lot of times you're with these major vendors, they're adding services, a lot of them are part of your existing license, so you don't have to go out there and procure anything. You have to determine, add it to the ATO, what the risk level is. Again, a lot of the training now is hands-on virtualized training that you can get from some of these cloud providers to see it up front. Sometimes if you use some of their development tools, you get a free credit in their cloud that you can test on your own. So there's different ways to do that. But I know when you've been in the cloud for a while and you're not new to it, a lot of times they're adding existing services that's already part of your license, or you've determined, hey, put a CR, we've evaluated, add it to ATO, we're going to run with that, not trying to get it free, if that makes sense. Again, the government cloud, it's a little later too, so less.
All right, we got, I think, one more question, Tom? One more, last one.
Nice, last one. Hi guys, my name's Nico Hayda. I'm with REI Systems. So my question's more around how you guys are managing costs. I know FinOps is kind of new in industry, let alone government, but are any of you guys using FinOps, and if so, how?
We've been doing costs for like 6 years. Long story short, I know Rob Martin and I have looked at FinOps a lot. I guess in a way we've been doing it, but we actually download all the different details at a very low level and then use a data visualization tool and meet once a month with key stakeholders to make sure we're optimizing spot, reserved instance, licensing discounts and all that. And any anomalies, we have alerts that go up. If a price goes up by that, I get an alert, and so does other folks on the team, so we can look at it right there. Been doing that for about almost 6 years now, and that's worked very well. I mean, I have down to the penny how much we spend on network egress, ingress, data, and things like that. And that's in a visualized format that we go over every month, and I've found that's been much better to kind of do it yourself, roll your own. I think when you get into multiple vendors and larger components, that's not doable. You need third party, but I think smaller components, you can do it on your own. I know the price list, I know for AWS a couple years ago had 48,000 items for AWS Gov, I think, and I think Google and Microsoft are similar. So you have to have something fairly detailed and do it early. You got to start day one on the cloud. You can't wait till a year in and not understand your cost. Then all of a sudden it just spikes up. Cloud can be death by 1,000 cuts. If you don't watch it, you're getting the slow boiled like the frog, story.
All right, I know we're about to get the hook. Yeah, jump in.
Just add one thing. Yeah, so yes, we're using FinOps. We do have platforms that allow us to ingest all of the spend that we're doing across multiple CSPs. The tool is one aspect of it. What Mike was saying about how do we do savings plans, how do we do reserved instances, how are we managing, what the fastest growing services, et cetera. A big part of what we're doing is we actually have dedicated team members that focus on what is happening in our spend, right? Just as we have system architects and engineers that do the, design VPCs and stand up servers, we have a dedicated person on our team, or a couple of people actually, that are focused on the overall spend of our cloud environment as well.
All right. Well, let's thank the panelists. They did a great job. Let's thank you all. You did a great job.
Now I will thank Tom Suter for taking over the mic.
Yeah, this won't be long. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you, Jason, by the way. That's fantastic. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll let you know when to come in. Please be prompt. Check out our partners while you got a shot. We'll have more time during lunch. Thank you. Okay, now we're getting serious. Can everybody get to their seats? We've got a great panel here. Okay. If everybody can get to their seats, that'd be great. But we have our next moderator, which I'm going to introduce, which I haven't seen you since pandemic. I don't believe I've seen you. It's Tobias Nageli, who's editor-in-chief for Air and Space Forces magazine. He's very experienced at doing this. And thank you so much. And I will just turn it over to you, and you can introduce your panel and get things rolling.
Thank you, Tom. So we have an interesting panel. I'm not going to go through introductions, but I'm just going to go down the line and ask each of you, do we have a slide that says who's up there, or do we not? If I have to do introductions, I can. There we go. Okay. I think we've got two interesting, very different kinds of agencies, very different scale in the Air Force and the FTC, and we have Red Hat. So we get an industry perspective. What I'd like to start doing is just why don't each of you go through kind of your cloud situation today, what you're hoping to get across to the audience today, and what you really want to talk about. 2 minutes, no more.
Yeah, I guess as the industry perspective here, I just wanted to, convey to the audience, industry's approach to building out, securing, delivering cloud services. We heard a little bit about FedRAMP earlier in the keynote. And of course, this is an important strategy for vendors and service providers, is to provide those services. Of course, not without its challenges. We talked about or heard, how it's a new paradigm for a lot of commercial vendors and how they traditionally operate and prove out their systems, as well as work with a layered approach. So the FedRAMP program is fundamentally based around this concept of layered infrastructure, SaaS, PaaS, and how we work together to deliver those kind of mixed services and mixed platforms.
Raghav?
Hey, I'm Raghav Vajala, and I'm the Chief Information and Chief Data Officer for the Federal Trade Commission. And I just give you some context for the FTC. There are a variety of smaller law enforcement independent agencies across the government. And even though we are a small agency, we have very, very sophisticated security and network and modernization challenges in that, for example, how many people here are part of a company that was part of a merger over the last 5 years? And I suspect that many of you are. And in each one of those mergers, that confidential business information gets reviewed by the Federal Trade Commission. So we collect and exchange a variety of data and very large volumes of data. And we have to do so securely to ensure that those parties that are engaging us have confidence in our security. And we also have to have confidence that opposing parties have capabilities as well. And my big goal today is that we have a new RFP out for SOC as a service, and I'm looking forward to getting any questions on that, and as much as I can answer within the Federal Acquisition Regulation, which I'm very proud of, conforming to. But I'm excited to hear people's questions and talk about how we look at the world from a very multi-cloud approach here at the FTC.
Okay, Todd, the Air Force.
Yes, good morning. Todd Watson with the Air Force. I'll try and give you a concise roll-up of maybe where I am and what I'm doing, but and while I'm here to give you the Air Force perspective, I'm part of overseeing a portfolio that has more than just cloud in it, but I think most relevant here is Cloud One, which sits inside my portfolio. I used to have a more direct bit of contact with the program, but I've actually moved into a little different role here recently, and I've got Connect, base infrastructure, and getting stuff from A to B, whether that's on-prem or in cloud. But definitely a lot going on in the cloud, and Cloud One, as some of you may or may not know, is probably arguably one of the the largest and most successful, and I'm biased to that, but clouds in the DoD and the DAF especially, as far as enterprise offerings. And it's just to give you some context. It's we profess to be cloud agnostic to an extent. So a lot of we're almost a CSP of CSPs. Providing platform as a service, really, and then the infrastructure and cloud for a lot of customers. We've got Google, Oracle, Amazon, and Azure hostings. And so we probably have on the order of, I want to say, 150 different mission systems in the cloud now in Cloud One, and about as many in the pipeline, and others sitting at the front door waiting to come in. And it's a variety of mission systems. It's not just business systems. There's weapon systems in there. So you got logistics, several different IT, business, finance type systems. You got munitions and other weapon systems that are operating inside of it, relying on the infrastructure. So anyway, we're definitely all about security and protecting the interests of all those mission systems, and we try to take the burden of worrying about security off of a lot of them and let them have the peace of mind and riding on some good solid infrastructure that we've done our part to secure. So anyway, that's kind of my piece of it, and I'll stop there.
Okay, so in the current world, we have lots and lots of people still working remotely, and remote work, I saw in an IBM study, costs us about $1 million, or about 25% more for every breach than a non-remote work related breach. So let's talk about how you've each dealt with remote work and how you intend to deal with that over the coming time, because I think we're not going back to no remote work again, are we? Todd, you want to start?
Yeah, absolutely. So is this too loud? Is it good? Right then, all right. So I don't want to eat the microphone and or talk too loud to you guys. But so telework is definitely a big part of our world now, and it gets debated a lot as to how much we want to apply, or do we do full time or some kind of hybrid approach. And so we're still trying to normalize on that inside the DAF. I will tell you that from a Cloud One perspective, I'm proud to say that I don't think it really affected our operations as far as the mission systems reliance on Cloud One. We were built from day one, pre-pandemic, to be remote anywhere. So we do the same kind of access and authorizations ongoing at the edge, and we're really architected with zero trust, mindset around, how we handle every transaction. So we've really been fortunate in that regard. There are other aspects of the DAF that have struggled, with needing to be inside the wire on base, but really we don't care where you operate. So I really feel like we've been in a good spot, or we were postured well to deal with the pandemic. And I think if anything, the isolation from COVID validated the model. And so that's been really good. I think if there was a limfac in it all, or something that I probably don't have good metrics on, is maybe the physical security side of the house, or where you could see the behavioral patterns of some of your employees or some of your staff, where at home, they're logging in at any hour. Or, you saw somebody coming in at the early hours in the office back in the day, or staying really late at night and logging in, or something to that effect. Maybe you could start to see some patterns and pick up on something else. Or are people at home using good, whether that's, Teams, Microsoft Teams, or some other secured means of communicating instead of their personal devices, and not using GFE, government furnished equipment. So those are all things that, I don't know how well we're monitoring and securing that, but I would say from a cloud perspective, we've been really successful throughout the pandemic, and I don't see a lot changing in the way we do business. Over.
Raghav?
So I think we took I think that a big benefit of being in a small agency, we can be very prescriptive in how we change our architecture in response to different situations that are arising. And then if you look back at the pandemic, very early on, like every VPN provider was getting targeted, especially late 2019 and on through 2020. And there was a ton of CISA reports that are all public and talk about that. So we switched over to a secure access service edge architecture. And we had plans in place for that prior to the pandemic. And in our case, we built a lot of architecture around Okta and Zscaler, and we cut back we actually eliminated any use of accessing VDIs into our environment. So the only way to access our environment is through government furnished equipment. So all those, standard, zero trust pillars for identity and asset and network, we just became really strict on them. And obviously there are a lot of vendors who do secure access service edge and do, strong authentication and authorization. But that's what we built on. We really drilled down on that. And the other piece there, I think, in terms of telework, I think the biggest thing that we did in telework was just have a much better sense of where are all of our administrators. So we spent a lot of time revisiting how we track and monitor where all of our administrators are, what they have access to, what do all of our service accounts do. So all those really deep in the weeds, high value targets for an adversary, we spent a lot of time making sure we knew the status of each and every one. And I don't think we necessarily didn't do that before the pandemic. It's just the sense of, oh, what's going on with that? Just asking the question over and over again. I think we became just more aware of the possibilities of what happens when something does get exposed inadvertently. Even though everyone is busy, everyone's working with the best of intentions, the reality is, privileged access management is always very difficult. And we spent a lot more energy in focusing on that and trying to improve our game on that.
So, Michael, you've got the industry perspective. You've got people coming to you saying, we have a problem. Tell us about what you hear and how you would respond to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I heard a lot in our last two comments there that all is tied to zero trust. I even heard it explicitly here. Privileged access management, analyzing behavioral patterns of our users, all these things kind of fall under that umbrella of zero trust architecture. So that's one of the reasons why it's such an important precept in the recent executive order, why people are now talking so openly about implementing zero trust architectures. And so, yeah, we're fielding tons of questions, tons of interest from our customers, our users. How do we build zero trust architectures? And we talked about some of these like SASE solutions with, say, Zscaler, all driven by the kind of fundamental precept of zero trust, which is dynamic identity-based access control. And Cloud One, I think, really led the way in some sense. They built out and really deployed to the edge this concept, or their cloud service access broker. We're enabling those technologies and those approaches with our platform. So Cloud One, for example, that CSAS access broker uses our SSO solution under the hood as an enabling technology. It's backed by our credentialing service, our certificate service, and directory service. So all these things are enabled by our platforms. And if we turn to the cloud, the whole goal of providing these cloud services is to make that easy for our users to deploy and manage. And our application platforms, our cloud platforms are designed to do that, to integrate those holistic aspects. And turning back to this kind of concept of data breaches, and bringing that to the edge. So the ability to tie in, say, our partner ecosystem with, say, your edged endpoint device detections, and use that to drive our behavior. But it's a holistic enterprise strategy. We as a vendor can't do it alone. We need our ecosystem partners, we need our cloud partners, and we need to layer in lots of these different elements to kind of do that. And I think that's going to be the future of how we approach, handling, these kind of data breaches and stopping them as early as we can, and limiting their impact. It's going to be a big part of that in the future is going to be doing things like operationalizing this privileged access management we heard a second ago about, to protect with higher and better security controls and watch the behavior of those privileged actors inside of our enterprises.
So let's talk a little bit about the seams. A few years back, everybody was talking about going to the cloud, and it was like we were all going to do that in one place, and it was going to be much better than our data centers. But the reality is you have lots of things probably in lots of clouds, and you've got your single sign-on solutions that connect to lots of things, so different clouds. And those seams are complex, and they're also, that's where people aim their ordnance. That's where they try to attack you. How have you managed the seams, and how do you manage the interaction between vendors so that you have confidence that what they're telling you is correct?
Can we start?
Yeah.
I'll try to answer that. I'm not sure. There's a lot going on here within Cloud One and with the different CSPs we've got, and we've got basically a system integrator that we've hired as well to help manage some of this migration as a service, and then what we do inside of the cloud, and help us maintain some of our guardrails, as we like to call them, enterprise services and policies that we lay on top of it. So I think a lot of it comes back to, for us, is the governance of how we manage a lot of this. Making sure, while the cloud's great, offers a lot of flexibility and speed and scale, we can't be reckless about it. And so I think, to your point about how we manage a lot of this stuff and still maintain security, there has to be some kind of policy that you lay out. That doesn't mean everybody has to do things the same way, but to try and reduce some of this, so you don't have this, infinite bit of variability in there. You've got this ubiquitous view of one enterprise, is how we like to do it. We try to have this federated approach where these enterprise governance policies are managed at the high level, and then the closer you get to the physical mission systems, we start to show more of that deviation or allow for some of that variability. So you just can't have everybody doing everything they want. We've had a lot of naysayers and that have come to Cloud One and said, no, we got to do it this way. And then after you test it a little bit, you find that they can find a way to live within the guardrails. That's not to say we won't expand them, but you really need to come with a justification as to why you're going to have some kind of variability. But this helps us all play well together. And I think about a lot of these mission systems, and I can't fault them for it, but a lot of them they're like fish in a fish bowl, right? So they view that bowl as their whole world, or that is the whole world, and they're not thinking about the entire enterprise. So I think it's our jobs as enterprise cloud managers and leaders is to help them understand the second and third order effects, perhaps, or help them understand the broader landscape. Otherwise, if you every time somebody, if you caved every one of those complaints, you'd have the inmates run the asylum. I mean, you got to have some kind of means of controlling some of that. So I don't know if that gets it what the question was, but I'm trying to,
So I think you actually got it at kind of what was the next question, which is how do you manage? You've got a really big enterprise that you're managing. Raghav's got a much smaller enterprise to manage, but so you have people who want to go do lots of different things, and you probably have more of them. Where I was really interested in is you've got multiple vendors. You've got to trust everybody, or you don't trust anybody. But so how do you, in your reporting back on what's happening in the transmissions, in your understanding of who's communicating with what, and do I have things to be worried about or not? How do you know, I'm really messing this question up. How
or maybe I threw you off.
Well, but there are seams between those vendors. How do you make sure that you feel safe as information is transmitting between those clouds? And if I've stumped you.
Well, I'm trying, and I'll yield the mic here in a second if I understand right. There's, a lot of the information is egressing, or I'm not crossing all those lines a ton, right? So We've got stuff that's going from one CSP to another. I mean, more of our challenge, I think, and this is getting away from the question, is more of the multi-level security and cross-domain solutions, and some of that's what we're working towards right now, to be able to work at all levels and have the same kind of be same at each of the levels and the services that are offered. But we've got a lot of forensics, and I guess the mandates that we put out there, and then what we expect from each of the CSPs. And the portfolio, I guess the cyber governance and the cyber oversight that we have is constantly monitoring all this to make sure that those transactions are.
So you have confidence?
Yes.
Raghav?
So just give some context on the Federal Trade Commission. So the Federal Trade Commission is in the business of suing companies who don't actually take appropriate safeguards to protect the security of the organization. And it's like a unique challenge for us, because in some cases, we are, if you look at our portfolio of, let's look at USA spending of where we've made investments, you'll see Amazon Web Services, you'll see 365, you'll see Azure, you'll see ServiceNow. You can just see like a laundry list of all the Fortune 500 cloud service companies, and we're their customer. So there's this interesting dynamic for us when, how do we engage in that environment? Because we don't want to have any of our service providers feel like, oh, they're gonna share something with us, and then it's gonna, whiplash come back at them on the enforcement side. So the way I've looked at it has been, Congress, President, heads of agencies, they're going to work out this law on what it means to report an incident. And the only thing I can control are all the discussions and dialogue before this quote unquote incident happens. So if you're working at the FTC and we have you under contract, what I try and do is make sure I have an active relationship with every account manager who's part of the FTC portfolio. And the idea is I'm going to call them up on a suspicion of an event, let alone an incident, and say, hey, we're working on this with your team. Can you poke around too and see what you find out? And that's the way I've approached it. And it's that dialogue about all the things that we do before an incident or breach ever happened that is what informs my level of trust or confidence in what we're doing. We also are trying to build out a new approach for a SOC that looks at a multi-cloud perspective. But all those things that we talk about in terms of technology, the reality is that the things you're in most control of are the quality of the relationships that you have with the people that you partner with. And that has to be a positive thing well before you get into incident territory. So that is, that's been a big part of our approach and thinking, is that, there is a relationship that's stipulated by contract, and then there's a relationship that's stipulated the old-fashioned way with handshakes and phone calls. And I think Ira puts it, I have to get much better at that to limit an opportunity for post-incident scenarios. Because once an incident happens, hey, it's all the lawyers get invited to the meeting. That's just the reality. And once that happens, there's really not a lot I can do. There's really not a lot the account managers I've built a relationship can do. You just have to roll with all the statutory guidance at that point.
Okay, so Michael, you have to integrate with lots of people, and you have to help your customers integrate you into those things. Talk about that and
yeah, absolutely. And
those
I'm
relationships.
glad I heard in our previous comments here a lot about multi-cloud. I think in our introductions, we heard about the Air Force operating pretty much in every hyperscaler, FTC operating with every hyperscaler, but it's also about on-prem legacy infrastructure. And these days, attackers take advantage of your weakest links. And so what we call cyber posture management is increasingly important as part of a strategy to counter that, so that we don't have attackers that can jump from infrastructure application or reuse credentials across systems. But to really do that, we need kind of automated policy-driven enforcement of that posture. And this is something that I think our customers are constantly asking about, and also to think outside of just the cloud service providers, their security controls. Those providers are extremely good at what they do. Part of the reason why we're moving to cloud and adopting the cloud and moving to these models is because we want to offload that risk to them and let them specialize it and do the things that they're really good at. But that means attackers are getting smarter too. So we've seen a 650% increase in supply chain attacks, for example. And this is just in the last couple of years, because attackers are circumventing that system. So we need to think not just about our basic cloud security posture, but also, our remote workers, for example, and our endpoints that our attackers can take advantage of if they can, successfully execute a phishing attack on an employee's personal account and then use that to jump on their personal laptop onto your infrastructure and cloud systems. and everywhere else that they have access to. And so this is why, things like behavior analysis, zero trust are so important, as well as, supply chain and preventing your supply chain attacks. We also heard a second ago, operating in like CDSs and MLSs and things like that. These are important strategies we've long relied on, but not everybody can do that. And it takes an enormous amount of resources to operate in those. So either we can do better at operationalizing those concepts, or we have to get better at providing similar capabilities, those firewalls that like CSs provide across domains and across boundaries everywhere inside our multi-cloud environments.
So let's talk a little bit about zero trust specifically. And I guess I would ask you to start by saying, this is what zero trust means in our shop. This is how we see it. Rather than, I don't want a global definition because it's probably not exactly the same for each of you. Go ahead.
Sure, and I'll try not to repeat too much of what I've already said too. But I think it's a watered down term. I mean, it keeps getting thrown around, and it does mean different things. And some people think it's buying a solution, or whether we think about it as this maturing process and a philosophy and how we do business and how we architect ourselves and how we live. But we've got, even in the Air Force, I'll tell you, there's confusion. They talk about having a zero trust lead, and this stuff cross cuts so many things. We've got beyond just the Cloud One aspect of what I manage. There's the on-prem stuff, there's zero trust gateways, there's all kinds of things that we're dealing with that it's tough to put it all in one sock and have this efficiently managed to make sure you're covering down across the board. But I'll tell you that we've really, again, I said it earlier, we really pride ourselves on security in Cloud One specifically, and I can tell you that we've taken it to heart and we've really tried to adopt for a long time, I think, before it's become as diluted a term, but whether that's the, deny by default or release privilege access, micro perimeters, the micro segmentation, surrounding all of our assets and how we do business. We've tried to employ all these concepts, and it doesn't get rid of, let's be honest, it doesn't get rid of every kind of threat. There's insider threats, there's lots of things out there that we still have to be mindful of. But that, coupled with some of the other things we've done, or that continue to do on a regular basis, along with the continuous monitoring, it's just a way of life, a philosophy of how we've tried to live on Cloud One. We know we're not perfect, and we keep evolving and trying to get better and better to shore things up. But I think we do a pretty good job at adhering to a lot of the tenets and then the NIST standards and all these things that are out there to make Cloud One as secure a place as it can be for the mission systems that are living in there, and they can take advantage of having been hosted in that kind of environment.
Raghav, what about the FTC?
Yeah, I think I don't think we ever really managed to the zero trust spec, if you will, that came out the last couple of years. We started this, we started our security modernization in advance of a lot of that stuff. And the way we approached it was, if you look at the way traditional NIST 853 is set up, you can write a ton of exceptions to every control, and every organization does that. So our approach has been, how do we eliminate all those exceptions that are logged all over the place in 853? So you can get a passing score on your audits and your ATOs and everything. Oh, where's your list of exceptions? Well, here it is. Okay, someone has accepted these exceptions. And typically, if you look at how attackers work, well, they know the traditional exceptions every organization makes, and they try and target those exceptions. So that's been, our mentality is, can we zero out all those exceptions that people normally take? And, I brought up the point before about VPNs. VPNs are a great example. They are, in effect, an exception you're making to put a hole in your firewall that allows public access to your network. And, how can you approach operating with as few or no inbound VPNs as possible? And it really forces you to revisit so much of your architecture when you think that way. Why do you have exceptions? How can you get rid of them? So that's the way we've kind of thought about updating all of our approaches to our modernization efforts, is getting rid of all those exceptions that we had kind of grandfathered in, and we said, okay, let's just stop grandfathering them in. If we're going to do this whole big paradigm shift to the cloud, let's also do a big paradigm shift and just no longer accept that. The reality is when you do a big paradigm shift, you're inherently trading one set of problems for another. I think the big challenge for the cloud is you are wondering what someone else's administrators are doing, things of that nature. But I would still say it's a much better posture than what we had before in terms of managing all of our own managing our own IT operations. So that's how we looked at our zero trust journey, just really trying to eliminate all those exceptions that, that kill chain is still a very valid approach to assessing how strong your network is. And the exceptions generally magnify that kill chain that attackers look at. And it seems like a very natural, organic way to approach improving our posture.
Before we get to Michael, I'm curious about one of the places where we see a lot, perhaps some of the biggest risk is the most senior people in the organization might be a little older, might be a little more challenged, and they want the most exceptions. I just want it simple. I just want it, let me have access to everything. How much are you just saying no, and how much do you have to kind of accommodate that?
I think, every organization has their beautiful people, and you have to make investments in supporting them. So I don't think it's a matter of so much that you allow them to make exceptions, but you do have to make further investments in educating the support staff that support them. So if, the best example I give that I think everyone has gone through at some point is getting senior officials to use the PIV card. Or, just that activity of having them go down to get their picture taken and pick up their badge and present their 2 forms of ID, no member of their staff can do that for them. And you have to have, a level of white glove service to educate them and help them through their process. It comes with the territory. If you want to be the trusted person in your organization, you'll have to spend the extra energy as a leader, working with senior leadership to go through that process. And the way I've looked at it is, this has been my personal approach. I don't know how different people have different reactions when I say this. Hey, if my head of agency wants to give me a call to learn how to use their smartphone, I'm going to pick up the phone and help them. Any chance I get to build a relationship with senior leadership, I'll go ahead and take it. And in that process, if I can help coach them in adopting some of these other more modern features, easier for me.
Michael, what do you do with exception management?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, we try and eliminate exceptions. I agree 100% with that philosophy. Going back to the kind of theme of the initial question, which is around zero trust. So I lead the zero trust initiatives for Red Hat right now. And I could probably wax philosophical for hours on this. But zero trust at its heart assumes this deny all. And deny all means you better have as strong a security boundary as you can start with before you start allowing access. And that goes to this idea of, hardening our systems to the best ability that we can, limiting exceptions to the 853 controls, and starting from that baseline. And then only then can we build zero trust from there. And that's part of the challenge of adopting zero trust. I heard a lot of others here in those comments, training and education and just helping people understand that philosophy so that they can turn that philosophy into practice. And avoiding pitfalls. So, right now, your people are deploying, say, SSO solutions or removing VPNs and deploying other access controls. And all these things can add friction to our systems, to our users. And if we're going to get people to adopt these approaches and techniques and more security boundaries everywhere in our systems and tighter around our resources, we have to stop those frictions. So tools like SSO, for example, are going to be critical to that, right? A central place that we can have users, systems ask and request access to resources and have those executed and then delivered in a single access control frameworks that they don't have to request the same SSO token like 50 times to get to somewhere. I just had to do this morning. I had to use 3 separate SSO tokens to get to one backend system. So going to that is, zero trust is all about like these, creating more and more security boundaries around our resources. So if we're going to move towards that model, we have to be mindful of where those boundaries are, what resources we're trying to protect, and where we can put the policy enforcement points around those resources as close as we can to those resources so we can protect them most effectively. Going back to the data breaches problem, data presents enormous challenges of adopting zero trust, mostly because once someone has the data, they have the data, right? You can't stop them from putting it in their head or making a copy of it in general. And so we have to rethink how we approach data loss protection systems, keeping the data inside the boundary and controlling how you can access that data instead of like giving them the raw data, only give them a viewer that prevents reading or copying out that data, for example. Mitigation techniques in case of loss, for example, taint tracking or canary tracking. We saw like Elon Musk just tweet about that, and that was a technique they used decades ago, but it's hardly ever used anymore, right? So deploying our data loss protection tools, our DRM tools are going to be important to protect that data, stop those breaches, and be mindful about what those boundaries, where we can enforce that data loss protection, either on our endpoint devices or in our cloud systems, and add as many of those boundaries as we can around the data, around our cloud systems, and then around our hosts and endpoints.
Questions from the audience? You want to do it? That's fine. I'll pretend to be Jason.
David Hurst, VMware. Since we're talking about zero trust, among the 5 primary pillars, at least in my perspective, the data pillar is talked about the least. You may talk about encryption at rest or encryption in transit, but the policy mandates call for categorization and prioritization of data. In other words, organizing it in very sophisticated ways. So my question to the panel, particularly the gentleman in the middle, how's that going? And what tools are you using, and what challenges are you facing in that regard?
I think we're hoping that file level encryption becomes more user friendly in the future. I think file level encryption does exist now. I think it would be a huge asset to apply that. And just a quick context on it, if we have file level encryption enforced across an organization, if a file is in fact exfiltrated outside of the organization, even if someone does that successfully, they can't see anything because it has file level encryption on it. So that's an example of a technique that I hope gets more user friendly. Right now, it's not very user friendly. It's a lot of administrative hoops to make that happen. So I think that's one thing we're hoping changes in the future. In terms of what we're doing right now, I think there's an effort across every organization to kind of go through, how do we go back and look at our record schedule? How well are our record schedules? How well do they articulate the work product of an organization? And based on that examination of what work products exist, we look at everything from, well, how long do we have to retain them? How do we reduce the attack surface for the data that we have? How do we then secure it to make sure, not just in file level encryption, but also understanding how it gets distributed across the agency. I think the intention of the directives for that are that we should all have these beautifully constructed card catalogs or file cabinets that, I think that's the ideal outcome. And if we have that, then it's much easier to then have a programmatic approach to putting in more sophisticated technology on top of it. Simple reality is that it's going to take time. It's going to take time understanding that and communicating across the organization why structuring things consistently is so important. That said, if I'm always conscious of putting the perfect in front of the good, And I think for us, we want to be really, really awesome at identity and at asset and at network management. And I think the industry has done a really good job at rolling out capabilities in those areas. We have a lot more to go through in adopting as many of those capabilities as we can. And while that's going on, we're going to go through the grind of working with our mission areas and doing as thorough a job as we can at properly categorizing and articulating what kind of work product we create and what's the appropriate way of retaining that information.
Anybody else want to tackle that one?
I got nothing on that.
Another question from the audience? Going once? Yeah. All right.
Good morning, Lydia Cooley with McKinsey. My question is for Lieutenant Colonel Watson and probably everyone. When you get this—
Make it a softball.
It's going to let you show off. When you get these 150 new applications and systems in the pipeline coming in, do you help the systems owners with innovation? The data question actually made me think about this. Do you help them think about like new sensor data, new data sources, new ways to store, new ways to manipulate that are in fact more secure in the cloud and can take advantage of some of the capabilities of the cloud providers? Do you influence those kind of innovative change questions a lot? Or do you just respond a little more and sort of more of a commodity cloud? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No, that's a great question. And this is one of those areas where we do some of that, but we need to do better. That's as we wire brush ourselves, and we're constantly giving ourselves a cross check to figure out what do we need to evolve with. The day two ops and how people live in the cloud and exploiting all the goodness that's there and helping them be successful and operate more efficiently. And then the data piece comes to mind too. And I think one of the other programs in my portfolio that we've got data platforms in there too. And then there's 6 enduring platforms in the Air Force. And then there's also another program called Data Fabric out there. And that's also going to come to the program office that I'm in at some point in time. But the curation of the data, how we use it, that, so many things tied to the data, but helping mission systems that are now living in the cloud better manage and live there. I mean, let's face it, there's against better judgment at times, or even we've recommended against it. We've got some mission systems that have done lifts and shifts to the cloud, and we've tried to get them not to do that. And it's really hard to get somebody to go back later on and address things, because really, while it's technically possible, you're bringing the same process problems and the like over with you. And if you don't do it while we try to address this while you're migrating, to work out some of those kinks along the way so that you actually can be successful when you get to the cloud. So there's that piece of it. And I find that most mission system owners are not going to want to go back and spend the time and the money on it later on to address it once they're there, because it's quote unquote working. But albeit not the way we wanted it to do, and that was missed the whole point of the cloud. But to your point, we are right now going through a process. It's I call it the Cloud One Cumulus team, but we got labels for each aspect of the program. But the ops and sustainment piece of it, and really doing a better job of walking through and giving that white glove service to the mission systems too, and helping them understand and educate them on how best to live and operate inside of the cloud more efficiently is something we're still working on. We do it, but not to the level that we want to do it for our mission systems. And so that's definitely something we're trying to better on. I don't know if that answered the question, but.
I think we're out of time. Thank you all very much for good answers and good questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tobias. That was a great panel. I enjoyed it a lot. And we're going to be bringing back, where is he? The inestimable Jason Miller. You got a what? I got to talk? Oh, okay. He doesn't have the button. I think he needs his microphone. Yes. Okay, you're in control.
I got control. Where's the panelists? Are they here?
I hope so.
I hope so. They should come up.
We'll have to talk to the organizer, see what the deal is.
All right. While I make my way around. There's the panelists. All right, while the panelists get up to the stage, good to see everyone again. It's in radio talk, this is called a double shot Thursday or 2 for Thursday, or I don't remember what we call it. I will be quiet and wait. It's like a teacher in a class. I will just not talk. All right. Can we get your attention? Up on the stage, everyone. Stage, microphone. All right. Once again, I'm Jason Miller, Federal News Network. Again, shameless plug number 2 of the day, 1500 AM on your car radio. If you heard my joke earlier, it still works, I promise you, even though you're not in your car. And of course, federalnewsnetwork.com. Someone asked me, how long have you been doing this? I said, this panel moderation or just this? And I said, I am the marketing budget. So that's why you always hear me say the same thing. Now, if you heard me talk earlier, if you moderate earlier, we did I like to start with a little trivia. So I have new trivia to keep you all kind of engaged and going. And this trivia kind of falls into last segment a little bit too. So, and Skip, there's one question that you are not allowed to answer. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you that now. All right, so a couple things. So this is a workforce panel, a skill sets panel. We got into that in the last panel a little bit, so we'll kind of continue that conversation. But my trivia, given the cloud and workforce, is focused there. So let's start with the easy one, maybe. What percentage now of the federal IT workforce is younger than 30 years old? What percentage, based on most recent data from our friends at OMB? Any guesses? 12%. That is too high.
Yeah. 5.
6. Too high even then. There you go, winner. 3.56%
wow.
of the entire federal IT workforce is under 30. That's compared to the entire federal workforce, that's 7%. So you can see that. Now, just to compare, 16.4% of the federal IT workforce is above 60 years old. And that's compared to, again, we look at the entire federal workforce, about 14.37%. All right, here we go. This is a date-related one. 2 key documents celebrated their 3-year anniversary earlier this summer. Do we know which those 2 key documents are? They're very much related to our conversation today. Nobody has a guess. Earlier, huh? Say again? Two documents celebrated their 3-year anniversary earlier this summer. Cloud Smart, that's one, yep. In July, 3 years. Related. No, that's not 3 years, zero trust. We've just been talking about it that long. All right, the other one is the application rationalization playbook. So again, 6-step process to reduce the number of applications. You'll see from Guy in a second why I mentioned that one. All right, Skip, this is one you got to not answer, okay? Turn his microphone off. All right, this is another date one, did GSA change their policy to make it easier for agencies to buy cloud services off the schedule? When did they release that policy? It's this year, I'll give you that hint. What month? Too early. Too early. March, there you go. That's very good. Now that's important because that was what I like to say, a class deviation to the GSA schedules, creating a special ordering process to buy cloud or on a consumption-based approach. Now, why is that important? Because the way agencies are buying cloud today, going through that consumption-based approach will make it a lot easier. Okay, so again, more trivia for your friends and family tonight at dinner. You have a lot to talk about now at dinner with your friends and family. All right, here's what we're going to do. Again, 3 to 5 minutes. They're going to tell you something you don't know, something that is new about this idea of cloud migration and skill sets. And then we will get to your questions. You all have been really good today, so keep it up. Continue to ask good questions. Make this a conversation. Skip, since I did not allow you to answer that first question, I'll let you start off our day. Tell us something we don't know about what GSA is doing around cloud and skill sets and the like.
Okay, thanks, Jason. So what's new? You already gave away half the show. So for years, agencies have suffered trying to figure out how to buy cloud on a consumption basis on their own. What have they done? They've stuck the square peg in the round hole. regarding time and materials. They've done firm fixed price contracts with multiple CLINs, perhaps not to exceed. They've done BPAs with multiple task orders to jerry-rig incremental funding when the bona fide need comes up, all without a specific regulatory cover. So I've been researching my brains out, trying to figure out whether my next statement is true or false. You know, we've had a succession of things come up across the federal government with your Cloud First and your Cloud Smart and your congressionally mandated DoD Panel 809, Section 809, all of which were suggesting, full of good suggestions, but none of which really came through with something that a contract officer can bet their warrant on. Well, that has changed. My statement is that the new GSA policy that Jason's alluding to is the only government-wide regulatory cover that's cloud-specific and government-wide. That stems from the acquisition letter that the head of procurement at GSA, Jeff Kosis, signed last December. The policy was put up in various stages, but it came home to roost for me June 30th, when a change was made to the GSA schedule, a mass modification. The vendors have to rubber stamp it, blah, blah, blah. All it does is allow you to cut and paste a clause from the acquisition letter into your contract or your BPA that allows agencies to buy cloud on a consumption basis when the bona fide need is there, for iterative funding, for defining a brand new type of task order, the requirements task order, which gets this done, not a requirements contract, requirements task order. And that went into effect, like I said, June 30th. We have yet to see whether people are going to really pick it up and run with it. After all, like I said, the tools are already there. But since GSA under FAR, 403, 408, 403B specifically says that GSA can draft these kind of special ordering procedures against the schedule. So, shameless plug, this only applies to the GSA schedule in general and the cloud special item number, which I am the lead for, 518-210 Charlie. This clause is a couple of pages long. It is found in the Cloud Information Center, cic.gsa.gov. It can be cut and pasted right from there into a contract or a BPA. So people that have until now been uncomfortable with the way they have jerry-rigged their cloud consumption buying, they have something here inherited from the FAR that they can lean on.
All right, so my question was going to be, has anyone used it yet? But you said it's still maybe, we're not sure if people will pick up and run with it. As you got into the third and fourth quarter of the buying season, very busy, how did GSA kind of, hey, you can do this now? Did you guys start to kind of promote this in some way?
Well, for some time, this is the success of this is only going to be reported anecdotally. And the reason is that the GSA schedule, as you all know, is a self-service platform. They don't come to us to execute an order. They come to us all the time for formulation of acquisition strategy, and we have general discussions, but they don't need to come to us to place an order.
All right. So your quick recommendation, because we have both government and industry here, is not just to use it, but to, any quick recommendations for them?
I would take a look at it at the cic.gsa.gov. The cloud ordering guide is the document that contains the clause, and see if it works for you and your customers.
All right, Guy from OPM, take it away.
All right, first of all, I want to make sure that OMB gives credit to OPM for the data that you started with about the federal workforce, since that is our job. But no, glad to see everybody here. Has any of you had one of your customers knocking on your door saying, I really want to come talk about the application rationalization playbook? I don't see it. It's a great concept, but a horrible name. So what we found is that we needed to change the approach and work with our customers, and it all settled down to a picture's worth 1,000 words. So I'm a big proponent of the application rationalization playbook. Most likely you need to modify it for your agency and do a little bit of work. It's not something you can just take and go, but it's worth the investment, because what we did with all of our data is we built a presentation and a bar graph or a heat map that has two axes in it. One is the impact to citizens. The other one is the level of difficulty and a level of cost. So now, instead of just trying to meet with my business departments and explain to them what application rationalization is and why their program should be one of the first ones we modernize, or why theirs should be one of the last ones we modernize, anything that has very little impact for citizens, but is going to be very difficult, I'm saving that for the end. Anything that has a maximum impact on citizens and is not that difficult, that's what we're going to do first. This is my third agency I've taken on a cloud journey. I can tell you, don't buy the whole elephant at once. You have to have successes. So you want to pick a small success, prove it to people that you didn't get a $10 million cloud bill your first month because you moved a server to the cloud. People believe that. They hear those legacy horror stories, show that you have the controls. But I said, whenever I meet now with the executives, I can show them that heat map and show them why they're first in line or why they're last in line, and also what it will take to do it. So take your data, make it presentable to your to your officials. The cloud is 18 years old now. 18 years old, and we're still talking about it like it was just invented. I mean, this 18 years in IT is a long time. But for your business users that are used to being in their data center and are used to being able to go visit it and see all the flashing lights, you're talking about taking that away. And guess what? You also have staff that live for those flashing lights. And even with a cloud-specific executive like me, there are people that on my team that are hoping I go away and let them stay in the data center. Again, the arguments are too strong. When you go through the application rationalization playbook, you can see the real benefits of why you're moving to the cloud. There are some no-brainer things that you should do right off the bat. Again, get rid of print servers, get rid of, consolidate your backups. There's a lot that you can do outside of applications. But again, that's going to only impact the IT people. That's not going to impact the business users. When you take one of their applications off of the mainframe or off of a legacy platform and now have that application, most likely a different version of it, running in the cloud, and they see that it works and the redundancy, the backup is all there, that's your end goal to get that. So my advice is take your time. Don't just tell people, hey, I'm moving your app to the cloud, and that's the first they hear of it. Build the business case, use the app rationalization playbook to show why, highlight the benefits. And in fact, I hired a cloud analyst that is on a sales campaign right now that he's got a 25-minute pitch that he's going to all the program offices to do what is the cloud, what does this mean, what does it mean to you, why are the benefits, how are we going to do the costing so that they're not afraid by that, before we even get into talking to them about the applications. So that's what we've done new that I haven't really talked about before.
I like it. Now, if you can break down that heat map a little bit, because Guy, everything's a priority. It's important to me. It's important to Skip. So why is Skip's better than mine based on, even if you use data to say, well, this will cost us $100 million to fix, yours will only cost us $5 to fix, right? Like even all that can make sense, but I'm still going to tell you mine's more important than Skip's. How first of all, so how you break those down, and then how do you deal with that kind of culture piece? Because that's what we're talking about here.
Well, luckily, before I joined OPM, there was an external study that was hired to look at what it would cost to modernize all of OPM's legacy systems. The price tag that they put on it was $165 million on top of the day-to-day expenses. I'm just starting my second year as CIO there. Guess what? I have not gotten $165 million from Congress to modernize OPM. So part of it comes down also the money. If I have enough money to do a mid-size application, even though we'd rather do the large size application, now I have a path to put together a technology modernization fund request or an additional budget request to OMB, or in my Hill briefings with the congressional staff, highlight to them, I really want to do this, but look at, this is the budget you gave me, I can't afford it. So money does factor into it too, as part of it, and that helps us know what we can do next. We've moved 28 applications to the cloud just in this last year, and we launched our cloud in January. So again, in my earlier speeches where I talk about cloud transformation, my advice is you don't need an army, you can do this quickly, and once you do it, go. Don't wait, go.
All right. Congratulations on those 28 apps. And it's almost nice to know that you know what your technical debt is. Of course, it's increasing each year, and then there's inflation. All right, Drew from Pluralsight, take it away.
Lots to unpack here. It's been really interesting hearing everybody else talk about cloud and skills and migration, and I'm a big fan of technology myself. About 30 years ago, I started off a Hughes aircraft company working in a skiff not too far away from here, and worked my way through technology over the course of 30 years, and recently did cloud migrations and the promise of cloud computing that everybody here is looking for. There's a lot of people spending a lot of money on cloud computing these days, about $500 billion worldwide being spent on end-user cloud computing services in 2022, about a growth of 20% year to year, about $600 billion this time next year. And the percentage of IT budgets is also increasing pretty dramatically as well. It was like only 17% of IT budgets not too long ago. It's going to be about 50% of overall IT budgets in about 2025. It's a lot of money being spent on cloud computing, and for good reason too, right? With that being said, I mean, 75% of all leaders through our State of the Cloud report are moving towards the cloud, right? Makes a lot of sense. I'm kind of wondering where's the other 25%, but that's a separate conversation. Short those stocks and make plenty of money on the market, right? You got 62% of those leaders that the minute that new services are coming out in the cloud want to try to implement that as quickly as possible, right? So a lot of forward-thinking cloud centers of excellence out there. 50% of all IT cloud migrations worldwide are delayed up to 2 years right now. 50% of all IT cloud migrations are delayed up to 2 years. A lot of money being spent, a lot of time being spent. People are not getting their return on the investment. What's the number one reason? Only 8% of technologists have the extensive cloud skills to actually deliver on cloud computing. All right, there is a gap. There is a problem out there, right? Cloud is a culture. There is a language. You think the government has its own language with all the acronyms I've heard this morning? Yes, I'm familiar with them. Yeah, well, when I walk into a room and I say, hey, we want to spin up a VPC with an IGW, front end it with an ELB with some EC2s, attach an EBS, and let's use RDS. If you don't know what I said, get out of the room. If you know what I said, you got a seat at the table, right? That's what I'm talking about right there. I mean, you have a seat at the table. Let's get some work done, right? Cloud is a culture, there is a language. You need to get out of the echo chamber of your 8% and be able to establish an infantry, right? The folks that know it are your SEAL Team 6, right? They want to move forward though. You need to fortify their defenses with an infantry of people that can speak cloud, to commoditize cloud so you can be able to move forward as a unit. And that is what we need to do, is democratize cloud education if we're going to be able to move forward today. Now, how you do that, there's a lot of strategies associated with that, but you're never going to get to that promise of cloud computing if you're thinking about cloud tactically, like infrastructure, where you're probably thinking about your people the same way, right? You need to invest as much in migrating talent to the cloud as you are investing strategically in cloud computing.
All right. I like what you said about the thing about talent as you do strategy. So as you talk to federal customers, as you kind of get in front of clients, how do you explain that message? Because it's especially if like, Guy or Andre are like, you guys will disagree with me on this, but we got to be strategic. We have to do it this way. We have to get the business, and that other part of the conversation can be tough, or it can be secondary to, okay, but what about getting to the cloud? So maybe go through a little bit of the conversations or the trends or something that you're hearing from clients.
Yeah, I do think the tough part, the first thing is, how are you looking at the cloud? I think there's folks that are looking at it very tactically, right? Hey, Al Gore and I invented the internet back 30 years ago, right? So people, if you're still looking at the internet the same way you're looking at it 30 years ago, that's you're thinking about it tactically. Cloud computing has evolved very much the same way. Originally, a lot of folks were looking at cloud computing as infrastructure as a service, right? I'm going to go ahead and move storage over to the cloud. I'm going to leverage economies of scale with the cloud. I'm going to try to reduce some costs with the cloud. Okay. At this point, it's much more of a strategic investment, right? Which does require a shift in how you're approaching your process and how you're approaching your people and how you're approaching your migrations and the modernization and the rationalization, right? So the very first thing is, if you're approaching it tactically, you're probably approaching skills development tactically as well. Let me throw a link at somebody and tell them it's really important. You should go learn that, right? That's a different mindset than saying, hey, this is actually a real strategic advantage to our agency. We're thinking about it in terms of modernization as far as new capabilities and new services. So we're going to be thinking the same way about our talent and how we create that infantry, right? So there's a big difference throwing a manual at an individual in an infantry or bringing them through boot camp. So that there's a big difference between the two.
All right, excellent. Andre from Commerce, tell us something we don't know.
So I started my career as a cloud provider back in 1981. We called it time sharing. It was on dual, loosely coupled 4381 mainframes that were providing access to literally thousands of remote nodes over Reykjavik Vedic 300 baud modems. And they uploaded data, then they downloaded data. They did decision support systems based on that. It was for the Security Exchange Commission, all the 10 Qs and 8 Qs and all of that. And our clients were just about every single financial analyst throughout the world. So that was a great cloud model. It was very secure. It was great. Then I moved to a small company called General Health, and we ran a cloud service for all of the corporations that wanted health risk assessment and connected to our 4361 mainframe with 1200 baud modems, much better, and 9600 baud modems towards the later stages. You see what I'm getting, right? Then I worked with Sato Travel, and we had over 45,000 terminals all over the world that were connected to our mainframes. Very secure environment as well, and we ran Sabre and Apollo and in Amadeus and all of that. So interesting stuff. Then I moved into Special Olympics in 2009. And by the time I left to the Special Olympics in 2009, they were 100% cloud-based in what we now believe is the cloud. All donated stuff from Microsoft, Salesforce, Citrix, Avaya, Cisco, you name it, right? And then I joined the federal organization in 2010, and every single one of their servers was controlled by the Chinese cyber army because journalists didn't believe that they should use more than 3 letters in their passwords. And 5 years later, we were 90% cloud-based in a federal environment, with the only parts that were not were the parts that dealt with high-definition video and editing, and that did not get done in the cloud in 2014, I can assure you that. But everything else was 90% cloud-based. In 2018, ITA, in August of 2019, became 100% cloud-based on everything. Federal agency, Bureau of the Department of Commerce, 100% cloud-based. Software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, done, period. And now at the Department of Commerce, we are making very rapid migration across our entire set of bureaus. You might not know this, but the overwhelming majority of the census in 2020, the decennial, was conducted in the cloud with all the data collection for literally hundreds of millions of individuals with all the data being collected in the cloud. Whenever I get into a conference or anything like that, and somebody starts talking to me about security in the cloud being a big impediment for that migration. I internally I laugh because my mother didn't teach me otherwise. But it's just, to me, it's absolutely ridiculous, completely ridiculous, because it's almost like people believe that they're moving from nirvana, where security is absolute in their environments, and they're going to this great unknown, whose shareholder value is dependent on ensuring that your data is secure. A far bigger incentive than somebody in your data center that is earning $130,000 a year. So to me, it is a decision that is absolutely, strategic, but with immediate operational components. And if you are not driving yourself to 100% cloud-based to the highest degree possible in the near future, I think it's, I don't want to say dereliction of duty, but I'm going to say it's dereliction of duty. Right now, I think that the only loads where you could have some kind of an argument would be, of course, in the classified and clearance environment, where there are all kinds of interesting requirements, or in supercomputing, where the price-performance ratios might not quite be there yet, although they're making great advances. And where the next generation of supercomputers for the Department of Commerce, if I have anything to do with it, will not be on premises. And so NOAA will be operating in the cloud, and hopefully in a quantum environment that takes us to the next level in terms of performance. So for me, it's the easiest decision in the world. Sometimes you do analysis, a paralysis by analysis, by trying to find out everything and anything that you can about cost and security and all of these things, and at the end of the day, you're going to get to the same conclusion that everybody else has gotten to the same conclusion. It's just that you wasted 3 years analyzing what is clearly in the cards, because again, the people who are providing these services have shareholder value that they hold very dear, and they are capable of hiring people at salaries that we can't possibly touch in the federal sector. So they get the best and the brightest. No knock on federal workers, fantastic people. But that if you're going to make $800,000 working for one of the cloud providers, you're going to go. The noblesse oblige of federal service only takes you so long. So there you go.
All right, so we're going to come to you for questions in a second. Andre, I got one quick follow-up for you. You made your case for if you don't go to the cloud, you're not doing your job. So one thing you didn't tell us is how are you going to the cloud at Commerce? You said we're rapidly migrating a lot of the bureaus. Can you give us just some data, where you're at, how much progress are you making? Certain bureaus are obviously further along than others, of course, but give me a sense of where Commerce is heading in the next 3, 6, 9 months.
So again, ITA is already 100% cloud-based. I think with the census, over the next 3 years, we'll be very close to that. The one that is a little more of a laggard by virtue of the overall size and scope of its mission, it's NOAA. And they have an enormous amount of data collection that is taking place from satellites on a constant basis, from sensors all over the world, from buoys in the middle of the ocean, from ships in the Arctic, and so it is a different proposition, especially as it deals with legacy, capital investments that have very long payback periods, 10, 15, 20 years, when it comes to satellites, for example. But in the rest, in the data side of the equation, they're moving very, very quickly. They've established great contracts with all of the 3 major providers for data proximity, and with some advantages in terms of egress and ingress fees by virtue of these cloud service providers being able to leverage the data close to their core, and therefore deriving some degree of a commercial advantage from that. BIS, for example, the Bureau of Industry and Security, went from being 100% on the premises 2 years ago to now being close to 90% in the cloud. And so we're just driving it through. We're just absolutely driving it through. Whenever there's a decision to be made, our technology stack is always, and our preference is always going to be software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and then at the bottom of the ocean there, on-prem, and only in the most extreme cases. You've got to convince me very, very harsh convincing that we need to do anything new, not in the cloud, and that we shouldn't be migrating a system into the cloud as fast as we possibly can.
Okay, very good. Lots to talk about, lots to follow up on. Who has questions in the audience?
I will say one.
Jump in.
Listening to that is that the 3% was about 3% of the folks under 30.
3.56.
3.56 are probably all lined up right here to go to this type of an organization to work, right? I mean, you have basically a cloud, a sign outside that says "Cloud is spoken here." If I say cloud is a culture and there's a language, people want to be around other people that speak their language, right? So when you create that culture of cloud and you make that commitment to cloud, that becomes very attractive to folks to be able to want to be a part of that. So I mean, I applaud you for that. You don't even hear that very often, to be honest with you, in the private sector. So that's it's really great to hear that.
Yeah, but let me point out. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. But I want to point out something. So, Mr. Miller, I'm not a big fan of equating innovation with young people. There's a lot of people in the federal sector that are in their 50s, their 60s, and are unbelievable innovators. I've met them at the CIO Federal Council. I met them in my group, right? It's all up here. It's all up here. You either want to be an iconoclastic innovator or you don't. And you have to have an environment that allows you to do so. I mean, the work that Mr. Cavallo is doing at his agency is fantastic, right? And so we need to nurture innovation, right? But we need to make sure it's part of the value on which we evaluate people, right? Because if we just give them a secure environment in which they can be the slowly boiling frog, a lot of people will go that way. We need to let them spread their wings and say, no, let's get out. Let's swim, across the ocean and do butterfly the whole time.
There you go. All right. We have a question. Tell me who you are.
Hi, this is Craig Mueller from MicroStrategy. So Guy, you mentioned the application modernization or rationalization model. Quick question just around how you look at applications when you're stack ranking to move to the cloud. Which ones do you just say, hey, this is a good enough technology, let's move it over? Or when do you say, hey, there may be some newer solutions out there, and maybe I should replace that with something that better fits the business needs as well as my cloud strategy? So just curious how you pick those projects and where you look to new solutions versus moving an existing platform.
Sure. My ideal, if anybody's looked at the opm.gov website or used any of our applications, I do not want to move those to the cloud without replacing them. Most of our applications are 30 to 40-year-old COBOL. So I'm also in a rock and a hard place in that I have mainframes that need to be replaced. So right now we're doing an initiative, and I like what Andre said. And my goal is software as a service, platform as a service. Then if I can't do that, I'll go to infrastructure, and then hell over high water I'm going to stay on premise with it. I don't have time to rewrite all the applications on the mainframe before I need to buy 2 new mainframes. So right now I have an initiative to emulate the mainframe in the cloud. Again, I do everything I can not to buy another piece of hardware. And I think Andre and I are 2 of your CIOs in government that the staff comes to you with these emergency requests, oh, we're running out of storage space. I know you probably say the same thing. I say, cloud's got a lot of storage. What are you doing to get it there? So that helps influence what we're going to pick. I said OPM has so many legacy systems. I can't do it in time with some of these hardware refresh cycles. So what we're working on is in some cases we'll do 2 hops like the mainframe. We'll move the mainframe first to the cloud, and then we'll peel off the applications and rewrite them either using SAS or PASS to do it. Again, what we try to do is focus on the ones that have the biggest impact for citizens now, because every federal employee out there, at some point, you're going to rely on OPM's retirement system to pay you, which is a legacy mainframe system today, all paper-based. Again, my goal is to make that as fast and as easy as possible. So it comes down to the priorities. Let's say right now, I'm going to be launching an initiative with my team at my all-hands meeting this week that I can't preview here, but it will be a shock to some of them on how fast I want this to happen. Again, as I mentioned earlier, when I went to TSA, we launched TSA's cloud with 3 people. When I went to SBA and joined Maria Rowe, we launched the SBA cloud with 4 people. Everywhere I go to a new agency, so at OPM, I did it with 5 people. I didn't wait 2 years to hire people. I said, if you're gonna do it, you need to do it, design it, and go.
Things are getting better. I mean, 3, 4, 5. I mean, wait to your next agency, you could have 6.
Hopefully this will be it.
All right. Andre, do you want to just weigh in as well, kind of how you're helping the bureaus or how from a headquarters perspective, you're talking about, okay, how do we prioritize? How do we decide what can go now, what can go later? Anything to add?
Yeah. Well, you know, one of the first things I did, I hired one of the guys from Guy's team, you know, Nagesh Rao at the SBA, and brought him into BIS, and I just told you about the progress that BIS made. So obviously, he was nurturing the right talent. You know, what Guy said is absolutely right. You know, you go through your entire portfolio and you start picking stuff out as fast as you can, and some of them are going to be more troublesome. You know, it occurs to me that there's a great opportunity out there for a cloud service provider that actually specializes on mainframes, right? And that provides a transition methodology, right? So that you get the same advantages of people that are unbelievably skilled. You leverage economies of scale. And so, you know, and it's IP, it's everywhere. So why not do that? But for us, you know, it is about being aggressive about it, right? And realizing that, you know, by the way, I hear a lot of people say that now that you should not expect cost savings in the cloud. Quite honestly, I think that's a little bit of a cop-out, okay? Because if you do things right, I believe that you have the opportunity for cost savings in the cloud if you rationalize your workforce, right? And you have the proper career planning and career pathing for the people that you have on board. And you are also very judicious about the choices that you make in terms of platforms that you're going to deploy. Case in point, after after SolarWinds, Congress asked us to figure out what we would need to do to prevent SolarWinds from ever happening again. A little bit idealistic, right? Because you know, supply chain being what it is. But you know, the estimate that I got from the bureaus was $230 million, right? And Congress, in true nature, you know, said, okay, what can you do with 110 million? And normally what would happen is this: Congress would give us $110 million, but it would appropriate 30 to NOAA and 27 to Census and 40 to NIST or whatever, USPTO, right? And they would go and build 13 different technology stacks for avoiding a SolarWinds environment, right? And so at the end of the day, we would have no economies of scale, we would have no shared skills, and we would have 13 different lowest common denominator, or potentially a lowest common denominator, where if we wanted to exchange data between agencies or bureaus, we would find ourselves at the mercy of that lowest common denominator. So everybody would be like this. So we got everybody together from all the bureaus and said, you're going to come up with a zero trust architecture schedule and strategy for the entire Department of Commerce. And then we're going to apply it across the board, and you need to justify to us if you have any difference on that technology stack and why, right? And that's the way we need to do things. Because if we do things like that, we can truly free up money, we can truly accrue cost savings, we can dedicate those cost savings to accelerating cloud migrations, to retraining people, and therefore continue to change that equation between DME and O&M, right? Because we are rapidly moving into an environment where we no longer have CapEx, we're no longer doing all of that maintenance, patching, and everything else that is totally and completely non-productive as far as the charter of your agency is concerned. And we're focusing on that upper layer of the entire technology stack, the application and the customer interface, where the raison d'etre for your agency and department resides. We were not created, the Department of Commerce was not created, I assure you, to run servers, to run storage, to run networks. It was created to provide services to the people on the areas that they are subject matter experts in. So the more abstraction layers that you can create across the board, the more you can generate savings and cost savings dedicated to that, and dramatically increase your service to the taxpayer.
All right, I have another question over here. Tell them who you are.
Hi, I'm Leopold Wildenauer. I'm with ITI. I think one of the themes that we have talked about today is really how you can nurture this culture of cloud and cloud as a mindset. What I'm interested in is this mindset comes in various different flavors. So we have talked about the IT side of things, but how do you, for example, tailor it to also nurture this mindset with your acquisition professionals, with your CEOs, your PMs?
Let me maybe put a point on that. Skip, we're going to bring you around to the conversation when we talk about a little bit of acquisition. Contracting officers, their plates are full. One of the things that you're doing at GSA is kind of trying to lighten their load a little bit to make it easier to buy cloud, as an example. What's that? Is it maybe an educational question of how you get contracting officers or program managers to understand what the possibilities are, how it works, why it's important, beyond I just have to move this task order from point A to point B and get it off my plate? Is there stuff that you guys at GSA kind of look at or do or help educate?
We do. We're very interested in getting the contracting world acquainted with cloud. After all, it's such a mystery to most people. Cloud, oh, it's here, there, everywhere. So what we do is provide these public webinars. It's basically cloud for dummies. And we explain the differences between infrastructure and platform and software as a service very quickly. But then we get into the benefits of how agencies can get out of change their culture towards the top of the stack, like what's being said, into the application management world and not the server management world. And so what we do is educate those contracting officers, those contracting specialists, both internal to GSA and external across the federal government, to get that cloud education a little further out of the IT basement and into the program area and into the contracting world.
Yeah, if I could add to that, Jason, I've had to go through the education of, when you think about it, most procurement officials, when they deal with IT, are used to buying a software license out of a box that you pay for it once a year, and it goes for 12 months. What I've had to do is print out the consumption chart versus predicted future use and take it to the head of procurement and say, okay, my contract's not up till March. I'm going to run out of money in December. It's okay for us to put more money on it. This is like buying electricity. It's like a BPA. But until I showed them that chart that we weren't going to make it to March, they were like, Guy, hang on to March, and then at your annual renewal, put more money on it. So, GSA's work is really a lot of help. Any of you that haven't really gotten in, if you're in the early stage of the cloud, realize that it could be something that you run into. And I highly recommend that you keep your chart of your consumption and have that available and start about 2 months before you run out of money so that they have time to absorb it.
And while just talking about the webinars and stuff, imagine, Skip, have you seen, and maybe you don't know this, so you forgive me if this is a little bit of a curveball, have you seen an increase in the number of attendees at these webinars? Because obviously when you do remote working, if I can just kind of pop up my laptop, jump in for an hour and then go back versus I'll have to go to GSA, lovely building, but maybe don't always want to go there. Are you anything over the last year or two maybe?
We have, but it's very slight. After all, these webinars were virtual before the pandemic, the GSA being one of the leaders in teleworking to begin with. But we have seen an increase in attendance to these webinars. And not only that, when we take a poll before the webinar begins, we're seeing a slide away from the IT-centric job descriptions. We ask them in the poll, what do you do? Or are you IT? Are you program? Are you contracting? Or do you know nothing about cloud? And it's sliding away from the IT shop and more towards the program and contracting people.
And we have time, I think, for one more. So anyone have any burning questions? Otherwise, I'll give the panel.
Just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
On that question. cloud skills need to be democratized. I talk about cloud is a culture, there is a language, and the opportunity to participate that is not just for technologists. As a matter of fact, if it's just for technologists, then you're going to have a bunch of science projects going on within your agencies, right? When I was in the private sector, I spent a lot of time trying to get people to spell AWS correctly instead of WTF, right? And we had the talent to succeed. You know, I grew up in data centers. We had a lot of folks like myself that, you know, I needed to transition and migrate them from the data centers over into this new operating model, right? Where I failed is that I didn't spend enough time with folks outside of technology. And that includes everybody in this room in terms of leaders. Like, how do you ask correctly for things that can be delivered in the cloud? Project managers, scrum masters, you know, all procurement. You know, there's a whole new paradigm shift. And I would challenge everybody in this organization and for your agencies, a great way to do that, all the cloud providers have really great entry-level certifications. I would call them like the GED of cloud computing, right? It's a way to be able to get that artifact of that new tribe that's forming, the tattoo of GCP or AWS or Azure with that initial certification. And it's also great for diversity and inclusion too, because that imposter syndrome you could kind of shake away from your shoulder, because now you belong, now you're validated. So whether it's the digital leader from GCP, the fundamentals, the AZ900 from Azure, the cloud practitioner from AWS, I would challenge everybody in this room, go get it. Lead your organization, show by example. Just don't tell other people to go learn cloud, right? But demonstrate that as a leader and earn that, and then walk the talk. And that goes a really long way to start driving momentum within your agency.
All right, we got one last question, then we're going to wrap it up. Tell them who you are and no, my mic. Tell them who you are and what's your question.
Your mic, right?
My mic.
No.
If you don't want the mic, it's last chance. Sorry.
No, this is for a guy, but rather Mr. Cavallo or Cavallo?
Cavallo.
There we go. Okay. Mr. Cavallo, Idris Mitchell here, representing a lot, but I guess Deloitte Consulting or LLC for today. So the question you had, I kind of came in on the latter part, so my apologies. If you think you are making a larger business decision or leading a sector or whatever, and you might be running out of money, do you, A, keep using the corporate card knowing that you're gonna reimburse it later or discuss it later? B, return as much as you can of the supply chain and then try to figure it out? Or C, call your mother?
Something Maria wrote and I started at SBA, which is kind of D and all that, is if you believe in the cloud, burn the bridges behind you. I just signed off in September $15 million of maintenance contracts for my on-premise data center. And I told the team, a year from now, I'm not signing one of these. So you better take, I'm giving you $15 million that wasn't in your budget or you didn't think you had to move to the cloud. So that's what we did at SBA. That's what I'm doing here is if you believe in it, you find a way to self-fund it. Now, I've also been very successful getting technology modernization funding. I've received 2 awards with it. So again, I'm looking for cash under the cushions. I mean, anywhere I can get money, but if you believe the journey is right, cut it off.
So real quick, just to and be clear, obviously you can't, because of Anti-Deficiency Act and other challenges, you can't just you can't spend money you don't have. You can't put it on the corporate card as yours. All right, well, Tom gave me the hook. We are unfortunately out of time, so let's thank the panel. They did a great job. Thank you all for being a good audience. Tom, what's next?
I actually want to make a comment. I don't know if you all caught it, but I think it was pretty significant. President Biden signed into law for AI literacy for procurement officers across the federal government. This is an initiative ATARC's working on in the DoD. Now it's been passed into law. I look at acquisition officers need to know about cloud computing. That's like table stakes. So that hurts a lot of these procurements. So anyway, now on to more fun things. We are going to have lunch. No hurry, you don't have to go out there. We haven't run out of lunch yet. And also this is our prime time. Talk to a lot of our partners. We've had Red Hat, iBoss, Pluralsight, big partner of ours, but we'll see everybody here near 1 o'clock. We'll let you know. Thank you. Okay, we're about to head into our afternoon session. I hope everybody did okay with the food. It was great. I don't think we ran out this time, so that's great. How's the apple pie? I just had a couple bites. We had some pretty good desserts up there too. So you may need some more coffee sponsored by Elastic. I'm getting pretty good at this. Anyway, well, we're going to head to our visionary keynote. We have Bill Hunt, who's the Assistant Director, Cloud Center for Excellence, Office of Information Technology at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. And one of his most esteemed honors is he's on the ATARC board. Just kidding. It is a pretty good honor. And he run our cloud mission area. So it's good to see my friend. And come on up. Should we give him a mic? You want a mic? I'll give you the mic.
Test 1, 2. Everybody hear me? Good and loud? Okay. All right, so first and foremost, visionary keynote, that's a lot to live up to, particularly in a 15-minute talk, particularly right after lunch. I'll also be transparent here that I was trying to get people smarter than myself to come and fill in instead of me, so you could get somebody truly visionary, but they all canceled the last minute, so you're stuck with me, yet another mediocre white dude. Hello. First off, let's talk about where we're at. We're at the Cloud Summit. I think the last time I spoke at one of these, I was still at the Office of Management and Budget, running the cloud policy for the entire federal US government. You may have heard of Cloud Smart or application rationalization, any of those things? Yes, no? Okay, good. Thanks, important stuff. So obviously I'm not there anymore, so everything I'm gonna say today is not legally binding policy and nobody has to do any of the nonsense I'm saying, which is wonderful for us and you. So from there, I ended up at the Small Business Administration, which none of you had ever heard of up until 3 years ago, and now everybody knows who they are, which was an interesting time to join an organization to be running their IT programs. So that was fun. And now, most recently, I joined the Securities and Exchange Commission, and I'm running their newest cloud program there, so the Cloud Center of Excellence. Okay, before we get to the visionary stuff, I want to do a really quick victory lap here. First of all, who here is actually a Fed? Who's actually a federal employee? Hands? Hands? Okay, not that many. So y'all are gonna get something out of this talk. Good, good. My people there representing, that's great. Who here is a vendor? Most of you. Okay, so the things I'm gonna be saying here are gonna be a little more relevant to how you run your own organization, but maybe not necessarily to how you're gonna sell things to me. Also, I have no procurement authority, so you can't sell things to me anyway, so it's fine. And then who here is news, media, and other awesome people who like to write about the stuff? My man, you know, this job is a lot harder when you're not just asking me questions that make me look good, Jason. I want to be clear. Okay, so let's get into the talk then. So for those of you who are running IT programs at federal agencies, we've made a lot of progress over the last couple of years. Obviously, most notably the FITARA scorecard, right? For all of you who are CFO Act agencies, everybody has an A in data center optimization now. Shout out to Tom Santucci and friends who helped work on a lot of that. But that's shockingly different from where we were when I was last on this stage. Everybody was basically failing in data center optimization. That means people are actually adopting cloud and moving to cloud. That's huge. Those are big numbers. For the vendors, that means you're doing your sales quotas appropriately. Also, we're seeing a bunch of uptick as a result of the pandemic. People are moving more and more to cloud platforms. Pretty much everybody is using cloud now for collaboration, all of your video chat, all of that sort of stuff. We've pretty much all across the government now migrated to that, which, again, if the pandemic hadn't happened, I would be astonished if we were where we are today. So that's huge. Now, that all being said, I'm at the SEC, so I'm not going to stand up here and talk about buzzwords. That's not fun. I'm not gonna talk about NFTs or Web3 or crypto or any of that garbage. That's not going to happen. I'm not doing resume-driven development this morning. Instead, I want to talk about how we're not succeeding. Okay? Everybody okay with that? So I just saw the Ernst & Young survey that came out and said only 7% of government leaders say that their organization is currently reaching its digital transformation goals. 7%. That's really not great. That's a huge gap. We're spending a lot of money on all of these cloud services, but we're not hitting our goals still. So, I mean, that's not really a surprise unless you're in Congress. That, you know, we can't just procure our way out of the debt that we are in as a federal organization, right? You can't buy your way out of your technology debt. You can't just buy magical products, which are all fantastic and being sold here, but that's not going to solve all of your problems. You have to solve the other pieces of the problem with it, which a lot of my colleagues up here talked about earlier: procurement, workforce, cybersecurity, those things. You know, we were talking a little bit about how cloud is not necessarily a destination and all those sorts of things too. So I want to give you a completely different take on the cloud situation. I propose, and I'm testing this out on y'all, so if this is garbage, you can tell me and send it in the comments and I'll change my rhetoric, but I propose that we're not cloud architects or site reliability engineers or cybersecurity professionals. I think what all of us here at that middle management layer and below actually are is complexity wranglers, all right? We have all of these IT systems and we're supposed to be coming up with ways to cobble them all together, and we think that we're just gonna buy it and it's gonna solve our problems, but really we're not unearthing that underlying complexity and really assessing it. So the whole point of going to the cloud is that we were supposed to take all of that very obvious complexity that was in our data centers and our apps, and we were gonna make it more manageable, right? We were going to hand it off to vendors to try and help us wrangle all of that complexity and figure out what we were supposed to do with it. We could outsource that piece of it, but most of us haven't been doing that. Most of us have just been buying things and not thinking about where we're actually managing our complexity effectively and where we're not managing our complexity quite as effectively. Good and bad complexity. Let me give you an example. So our agency obviously is a very, very data-centric organization. We have a record of every single stock trade every one of you have ever made, going back to the beginning of time. That's a lot of data. And so I run the cloud program, I see the cloud bills. 60% of my cloud costs right now are all compute, not storage, compute. That's a lot of compute being spent. And so every time I see that, that tells me something. It means somebody doesn't know a better way of wrangling that data than to go and spin up a server and run some code on it manually, like some Python script that they have to power up, right? They're putting their complexity right back in the same spots they were always doing it because they're just used to doing that in a data center sort of environment. That data-centric environment doesn't really exist. We're not moving up the stack. So we're not managing that complexity effectively. So at this point, anytime I say and I'm gonna mention a vendor product here, but this is not an endorsement of that product, every time I see like an EC2 instance show up on my radar that wasn't there yesterday, instead of like spinning up Fargate or some sort of serverless thing, I consider that a failure. That is some sort of a policy failure along the line where somebody doesn't know that there is a better way to wrangle their complexity than to spin up a whole server that's costing me thousands of dollars a month. So that is a frightening thing for me. And I'll give you another example from the other end of the spectrum. A lot of times, and I'm trying to say this in the most pleasant way I can, I see a lot of people who go and buy a particular customer relationship management platform and they use it as like an enterprise data warehouse of some sort. They're putting all of their content management in there, they're putting all of their data collection in there, they're doing everything in it. And it's a great platform and it's a wonderful tool for the thing it's designed for. But all they're doing is glomming on all of this extra complexity into what is supposed to be a very complex complexity managing system for you for customer relationship, and they're building complexity on. They're just adding all of these additional layers, and that means they're not getting cost-effective value out of it, and that's problematic. So again, I could talk for hours about the horrible things I've seen across government. I've only been a Fed for 5 years now, but I'm still seeing the same mistakes being made over and over again at every agency I go to. So that all being said, you know, we shouldn't be doing these things. That should be obvious. I'm wearing my Federal Acquisition Regulations t-shirt today because most of y'all haven't read it. Part 12 makes it really clear, the most obvious thing, buy before build, right? Like that was the whole purpose of buy before build, is so that you don't have all of this extra complexity. Somebody else should be solving the problems for you, not manufacturing new problems for you to solve. So, you know, reading the details of FAR Part 12 is great. That whole section on the COTS software, that's a big one. So that kind of frames out how we get to this, right? So I've talked a lot about the problem. So let's talk about strategies for solution, right? Okay, if we understand that there is good complexity and then there is bad complexity, how do we differentiate between the two? And how do we figure out how we're going to manage our complexity moving ahead? All right, so the first and most obvious strategy here is eliminate complexity, like get rid of things that are needlessly complex. You know, one example I like to use a lot, I'm middle management now and they don't let me near any consoles or code. But in my previous life, I spent a lot of time writing JavaScript. And these days I'm seeing everybody's pushing out these like React apps with Redux, sagas, and 15 other layers of complexity that I can't even begin to address. And that's extremely expensive, like writing all of these things, when you really just probably need like a very, very basic, slim web form with just a little sprinkling of JavaScript on top, and that's gonna be more than enough to get you where you're going. You don't need to invest in all this extra thick, heavy code. And it's not really adding any value. Similarly, since I run the cloud program, I get a lot of people showing up with cloud architecture diagrams that say that they need like 9 nines of availability and triple redundancy and all of this stuff. And I ask them like, okay, so who are your users that if you need all of this stuff? And they're like, well, we have 8 internal users and they only work from 8:30 to 4:30. Okay, so there's some questions there about your requirements gathering and what you actually need to do there. So part of this, you know, is to eliminate complexity, and that often is going to be very uncomfortable conversations that you have to have with the business offices about what the requirements really are. And again, this goes back to the FAR. Read the FAR. The FAR says before you change any software that you're buying as COTS, you should first change your business requirements to see if it meets what the tools already do. You shouldn't be customizing products that are COTS. Again, it seems obvious, it's written down. Let me tell you my second and most favorite strategy here. Run smaller projects. Crazy. So everybody's read the Standish Group by now, all of the reports they put out, the Hayes report, et cetera, and they say things like 13% of government technology projects over $6 million succeed, only 13%. However, if you drop that technology project down to $1 million, 70% succeed. Fascinating, right? That gap, 6 million to 1 million, you go from 13% success to 70% success. So this tells me 2 things. One, most of the investments that I'm seeing come across the IT dashboard, all that CPIC data, those are all going to fail. I know that. I have the numbers that'll tell me that most of those technology investments are not going to do the things that they think that they're going to do. And I know another thing. If I can keep my numbers small, if I can do pilots and do incremental funding, then that radically increases my chance of success for whatever project I have in front of me. Radically, huge, massively. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And again, I'm speaking to the federal government here, but this goes for all of you who are running companies as well. You should think about your time spent on these various projects and what you were investing and how fast you were delivering. Again, speed of delivery, right? Think about those things. Do the math. Keep it small, keep it tight. Third strategy. I'm still okay on time, right? 108, we're good? All right. Third strategy, you got to do your homework. This should not also come as a surprise to anyone. Now, again, speaking of people who are way smarter than me, Sean Boots in the Canadian government, amazing public servant, just a smart dude. He writes a lot about these technologies, and he and I fundamentally disagree on some principles like enterprise architecture, but aside from that, he has a wonderful post about fake COTS. He has this thing called the one-day rule. If you're buying a commercial off-the-shelf software package, he posits, it shouldn't take you more than 1 day to configure it for production use. If it takes more than 1 day, you're not really buying COTS. You're buying something that you're gonna have to cobble together. You're buying something that you're gonna invest in. You're buying something that's gonna have a lot of complexity. For those of all who have been around as long as I have, you may remember the 90s and the aughts, people were trying to sell us a bunch of things called business intelligence. Everybody remember that? And you'd buy it, and then you'd spend the next 18 months configuring it to get that intelligence back out. Yeah, that's not COTS. That's not even vaguely COTS. That's complexity that you're buying and you're manufacturing for yourself. Go simple. So do your homework, make sure that the things that you're buying are actually manageable from a complexity standpoint. All right, fourth, most importantly, the reason why I'm even standing on this stage, you need to collaborate with your peers and your colleagues who are in similar spaces. So there's a lot of really great federal government interagency groups that you can participate in, most notably the Cloud Working Group at ATARC here, which I run. Additionally, the Federal CIO Council's Cloud and Infrastructure Working Group, Community of Practice, which Tom Samtucci over there runs. There's a lot of places you can go and talk to other people who are solving the same problems as you in government. I feel like the Federal CFO Act 24 do a good job of talking to each other, but us small agencies, we reinvent every single wheel that we can think of. One regulatory agency, not to be named, was trying to come up with a way to handle rulemaking and comment letter submissions and things like that for the rulemaking that they do publicly. And I was like, have you heard of eRegs? It's the most popular platform in government and everybody's using it. And they're like, no, we've never heard of that. We don't know what that is. It sounds scary. It's got an E on it. They didn't even end up going on and using it, but the point being that this is a very popular shared service, and if they talk to their peers, they'd know about it. So talk to your peers, talk to them, ask them about the products they're using, ask them what's working and what isn't working. This is important. Okay, I'm getting to the end, I promise. 5, develop your cynicism. So to be successful at cloud, we've talked about procurement, technology, workforce. I think the most important skill set for the workforce isn't necessarily going and getting your AWS certification, regardless of what people have said here. It's having the nose for where complexity makes sense and where complexity does not make sense, all right? The best thing that you want out of an engineer is to be able to look at something and say, is this gonna cause me more work or is this gonna make my life better? And being able to develop that mindset and be able to see into a product and know the difference between the two, that's critical. That also means for the vendors in the room, making sure that your product makes my life easier and doesn't just get me on the hook and then make my life very, very difficult later. I see that a lot. It's not good. You want things that are going to manage the complexity for the customer at the end of the day so they don't even have to think about it. That is critical. And so again, developing that skill set is difficult. You can't go to Pluralsight over there, for instance, and take a training on sniffing out complexity. That's not an offering today. You really have to make sure you're finding and hiring the best engineers who really can detect that and know what BS smells like. Okay, last one. Finding the balance. This is the hardest one. This is one that I personally have not yet solved. There's good complexity and there's bad complexity. And inevitably, you're gonna take on some bad complexity. You've got technical debt sitting there already. You've got a pile of bad complexity waiting for you. But you're still gonna have to get some more in there. What it comes down to is knowing your team. And I mean the Fed staff on your team. Your contractors are wonderful and they're gonna help you out, but at the end of the day, the Feds are making the critical decisions about how that complexity is gonna get managed. So you have to find the balance of what things you can bite off that you can still chew and swallow, and figure out where that complexity that is bad complexity, you can take it on because you're getting an additional benefit from it. Again, all of those wonderful cloud benefits we talk about, better security, better speed to market, more capabilities, all of those wonderful things that we're supposed to be getting out of the cloud. You have to figure out where those trade-offs lie, and that's always gonna be a hard equation. The simplest way to start at that, again, as my former colleague Guy mentioned, the application rationalization playbook, wonderful place to start. It gives you some lovely templates. You can start doing some calculus for yourself about the cost of these products and what benefits you're actually getting out of it and what trade-offs you're gonna wanna make. But at the end of the day, this is gonna be mission specific. This is gonna be up to your outside, external facing customers, where you wanna make those trade-offs. It's extremely difficult to find that specific balance. And again, I don't have a perfect solution. Otherwise, I'd just retire and go do something else more fun. So that's it. That's 6 strategies to get you all started on how to properly manage the complexity that everybody is taking on day in and day out. I'll note that I've dropped the URL to my personal website there, not my agency website. You can scan the QR code. I've got an annotated version of the talk that you just had to suffer through for the last 15 minutes on there with links to all of these wonderful documents that I've mentioned and been talking about this whole time. So you can go and research more, and including also my personal cloud strategy guide that can tell you all about the success that you can have in cloud. This is not a sales pitch. I make no money off of this. I just want people to do cloud better, which is why I'm still here. So with that, go forth, my cloud wranglers, my complexity wranglers, and be excellent. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Here, I'll hold that one. Take care of that for me.
Sure.
And Bill, in his spare time, has come up with a ontology for all the federal policies. He has a blog to that, and we linked it out to ATARC. It's who does that? That's good stuff. Well, he's a policy guy. So good stuff. Thank you so much for that. Really, really great to see you in person again. Once again, I don't have my glasses on. Well, I can see him. I can't see him now with my glasses. You know, when you get older, you get these reading glasses. It's awful. So next we have, for my next panel, let me get on the right side of the paper. I finally figured this out. We have Steve Boberski back. He was on a panel earlier, Chief Technology Officer, Public Sector at Genesis. Do we have Steve? Oh, come on up. Yes, and we have our last tech talk of the day. So he's gonna, yep, got to turn it on. It's Jason Miller taught me that one.
Test. So, not a visionary, maybe not, but hope to be at least engaging. So, if anybody read the abstract that I wrote, not going to talk about that. That is not a 15-minute discussion. It's a little bit longer than that. So, I was uninformed on how much time I had. So, I do want to explore a little bit what Bill was talking about and something I alluded to earlier, which is how to get there from here. Is there anybody here that doesn't know why cloud, first of all? Just anybody doesn't know why cloud? Because I feel like there's still somebody out there that thinks they don't know why this should be there, and I don't know why that's still a conversation. Because everybody knows why, right? But how? How do we get to the cloud? This is the question, right? So where do you start? Everybody's at a different phase of their journey. Everybody's, either halfway there, they don't know where to start, they don't know where to finish. The only way to know that is to know where you are, right? So this whole discovery thing that I was talking about earlier is really, really important. And I want to harp again on the business requirements conversation. I think Bill was talking about that as well, right? So technology for technology's sake has been done for a long, long time. Hopefully nobody's buying the coolest widget because I think it's going to solve all their problems. But in the space I'm in, telecommunications and unified communications and collaboration, there is a propensity to lean on newer technology because they think it's going to do this great thing. And don't get me wrong, there's some really great technology. If you carefully implement journey mapping, if you took a look at AI and what you can do with voice bots and chat bots in my industry, and if you take a look at introducing empathy and really focus on that journey, it will have a great impact. And there are technology solutions to do that, but it still starts at the discovery phase, right? So, we really get excited about making sure we're helping you with those business requirements. I think everybody has a consulting arm, or, a lot of folks, we have folks that will come and sit at the contact center for days and do this at no charge. I'm sure there are plenty of people that would do it for charge, and you can engage them if you want. But the key is you got to get a really good picture of where you are right now. And I feel like I continue to see proposals coming out from the feds where the requirements are, it's right up there with, I need someone with 10 years of Windows Server 2019 experience. It's 2022. It's not a 10-year platform, but they write these requirements that just don't exist. 5 nines of, I feel like the death of telecom in my age has been the death of 5 nines as a requirement for standard, and that someone accepted G729 as toll quality, but it doesn't matter, right? So this is what it is. 5 nines is not gonna happen in a modern cloud-based platform. Still comes out of request. I see someone say 6 nines. I think it'll be like 3 seconds of downtime unplanned in a year, right? It's not practical. It's also not achievable. And as Bill said, likely not required, right? So there has to be some type of level setting with the requirements. So I want to talk a little bit about the discovery. I had a process I've always used as an engineer, and it's DDoSC, which is discover, design, order, stage, cut. And what I keep seeing is order, do some designing, cut, then discover, reorder, right? And then, it's not practical. It's going to cost a ton of money. It's really hard to fix. So how do you do discovery, right? I heard a lot about working groups. That's one way to do it. It's a certainly important thing. But most important thing to do is don't forget the users. The technology groups, the CISO level, are great on gathering the security requirements. The desktop guys, they understand what it takes to implement applications. All these folks, but the users are not usually at the first or second discussion when there's a technology investigation, which is, hey, ask them what they want and ask them what they need. Yes, you have to temper their enthusiasm with budgets and constraints, and I'm sorry you can't have that yet, but we can certainly work towards that, right? So I kind of want to encourage just the conversation to go really focus on those business requirements. What would we like to do? What do we need to do? And then talk about how to get there. Then you get to the functional requirements. That's when technology starts to come into play. And then the other question, I think everybody here, is anybody here not familiar with Sarai Correa? I think she's kind of a legend in the industry. I was having lunch with Sarai the other day, and she said that when she sits down and she's giving a class rather, and she's on procurement on FAR. She says, I'll give $500 to anybody who can find me the FAR legislation that says you cannot speak to industry when there's a proposal on the street. Doesn't exist. There's no reason. You do not have to hide from the vendors, from the industry. Please do not hide from us when there's a procurement on the street. If you say something you're not supposed to say, yes, you have to publish it, make sure that you announce it so that everybody has a fair shot at that information, but it's the wrong time to hide from industry. If you have a procurement out there and you're working on that, engage us, engage the industry. We're not always going to try and sell you something. We just like the opportunity for the at-bat when you're ready to buy something. But you really, some of the stuff you get to ask for is literally not possible or does not exist. And we'd like to create some of that. But honestly, in the technology space, there's this concept of, first of all, once I get to the cloud, it will solve all my problems. There's all kinds of problems that go along with getting to the cloud, and the journey's lots of fun. And there's all kinds of tools and toys to help you manage the cloud when you get there. But I really feel like if we focused more on the discovery side of this, we'd be a little bit better at it. So I'm here to advocate for, get the engineers engaged, but get the users engaged. Find out what they want, what they need, and do that brainstorming session. It's fun to do in the UC space. When you get questions like, what do you wish would happen when your phone rings? I said it earlier, and someone will say, I wish you'd make a cup of coffee. Whatever. We can do that, right? Okay, fine. I actually can make a cup of coffee brew every time the phone rings. The IP technology exists. It's a silly thing, but it's true. But it does get them thinking, what happens when the phone rings? What do you need? And so you get these use cases. Everybody heard the term use cases? I think they're overused and underused all at the same time. You need use cases in this industry, in any technology industry, to go forward and figure out what you want to do. So part of discovery and the design, and between discovery and design is the use case. That's how you gather requirements. And I think that there's a whole lot of talk about it, and I don't see a ton of, I don't think we in the industry see enough use cases coming out to do that. So my recommendation or request is to see, maybe focus more on the use cases in your specific industries or in your needs to get the discovery journey going. When we see the proposals coming out, the questions, there's a lot of questions that get asked because someone's not reading the proposal. That's absolutely fair. Vendors definitely do not read and respond. Like, okay, page 36, I said exactly what you just asked. It's there, right? But there's a lot of stuff comes out that's not quite that clear. That's where I invite you to engage industry, right? If you look at some of the requirements, the EIS, yeah, we've beaten EIS to death as a topic, right? But the requirements for some of the telecom, like the collaboration SKUs and the contact center SKUs, the features, they're either dated or they're not clear on what they mean. And there are contract line item numbers assigned to these features that the industry just doesn't sell the service the way that it's built to be delivered. And that was a miss that, GSA, we've all been working on that. But this happens consistently, right? Which is, tell us how you want to consume the technology, and we'll come back and we'll help you figure out the best way to deliver it. But it's helpful if you understand how this technology is presented today. And I think that there's a tendency to, again, look at what I have, say, I want that again. I really want that. I love it. I love that widget. I need that widget. I can't live without it. And then a whole lot of people spend time saying, I'll do that widget. It's going to cost a ton of money, or I can't do that widget, and here's why I don't think you need it. So there's that give and take there. But I think if you start that business requirements begets functional requirements begets technical requirements, when you sit down and write a proposal, I feel like the last thing that I do as an engineer, when I was doing the proposal side of this, is write that you have to have an as is, you have to have a to be. But the as is not necessarily must have, right? As is and must have. It's like confusing can't and won't, right? They're two different things. So my advice is simply just take a hard look at why you're doing what you're doing and what you need. So if you just document features, let's say we go back to contact centers where I hang out, and you look at all of the reporting that you have, all of the tools you have, multi-channel, omni-channel, you've got some journey mapping in there, you're doing some bots, AI, all those things. What is the outcome desired to have those things? Did you install them for, I just want to reduce hold time. I just want to, reduce the complexity of the engagements that my citizens are having on the phone. That's all great, but take a look at, just write down the functions, what they were supposed to do. Are they doing it, yes or no? Not a bad exercise, actually. It's very practical. And you'll find that, hey, not only is that not doing what I needed it to do, but it's really not doing anything that I need anymore. And then you can start working on functional requirements, which is, okay, what do I really need? Where are the gaps? Then come the technical requirements. And I think that there is, because of a speed desire and a need to move to the cloud and a need to get there quickly, whether it's your scorecard, your Fatara scorecard, or it's just I'm late to the party and I got another application that's no longer supported. I want to replicate what I have. And that replication habit and trying to lift and shift, and everybody says lift and shift, this little rote, but it's true. Trying to move what you have to the cloud as it is, it's just not practical because it wasn't designed to live there in the first place, and it also probably doesn't belong there anymore, right? So just want to encourage from a discovery perspective, focus on that whole business requirement, functional requirement thing, and I think you'll see what comes out of that is the technical requirements. I can talk to you up here about what Genesis and what we do, the whole empathy conversation. I think it's important, and I invite you guys to reach out if you'd like to learn more about how introducing empathy in the contact center will reduce, the complexity and the engage, but I just want to talk cloud today, so thank you for having me.
Thanks, Steve. You're bringing up a lot of good points. Appreciate it. If you could put that down there. Yeah. I'd love to involve you. I think what Bill brought up was really important. You have technology, workforce, and procurement. ATARC historically has been working great in the technology. To me, there's three sides. If you don't have the procurement, and if you don't have the workforce, you're not going to be able to advance technology. I mean, I worked on EIS and the predecessors. They would put in these terrible requirements where you have to do custom reporting when AT&T and Verizon, they have reports they can send. They're not going to look at them anyway, probably. So government needs to be aware of the cost that they induce when they come up with all these special requirements they don't really need anyway. So thank you. And we're going to be doing a lot of discussion around that to try to speed up these procurements. So anyway, I guess I'm up here. If I can have my panel, we're going to be talking a little hybrid cloud and security risk. Could my panel come up? Thank you. All right, we have Jonathan, Ron. Okay, I saw you guys having a conversation out there. I was getting a little worried. You seemed like you were getting into it pretty good. Good. Save it for the panel. Like now you're burnt out. Okay, good stuff. All right, so we're going to be talking a little hybrid cloud. We've learned a lot on hybrid cloud, at least for me personally, through our working groups, and around security and which agencies should be doing hybrid cloud, which can't. So I think we're going to have a fascinating conversation. So you can see their bios up here. I think we got all the right faces this time. Oops. But maybe we'll start off with Jonathan. And I noticed one of the things, Jonathan, that they were talking about in the last panel was the 7% digital transformation goals. And I know we did an event with you a little bit ago, and I know that's been a main priority at your agency.
It is. We are trying to make sure that we are ready to get as much out of our main data centers as possible, trying to move directly to the cloud for as much as we can, and trying to find the right cloud for everything that we need to move. And a lot of that is leading us to scratch our heads to make sure that all of the animals in our garanimals of apps are moving to the right places. So it is, it's a challenge moving forward.
Yep, thank you. Next we have Ron Williams, who's the lead cloud adoption person at the IT Centers for Excellence at USGS. But Ron, we did work with you on this AI bot thing. Maybe you could talk a little bit about that, what you did a little bit ago.
Yeah, really appreciate the help getting the message out around the Applied AI Challenge that we ran. We're actually working on another one that's coming up, and I think when we think about AI interacting with resources and data that we have available within the data centers, but also within cloud, it's important to talk about how does the use of AI impact our security posture in those environments. So hope maybe as we get into this talk, we'll maybe chat about AI and how we're using that in multi-cloud.
Sure. Well, let's do that. And Landon Van Dyke, Chief Technology Officer, Office of Management Strategy and Solutions at the Undersecretary for Management at U.S. Department of State down the road.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You have some opening comments that you want to talk about a little bit?
Today I decided I was going to do sharpshooting. So I'm just waiting for the right comments to come out, and then I will
Okay.
Sharpshoot those. But yes, no, we got plenty of cloud, we got plenty of mission, and then depending upon what the mission is, that's where our focus is always on. So
Okay.
we're trying to get in there as quick as possible. So
Yep. And then you're all over the place. I mean,
We're
how many
all over the
countries
place.
these days?
I'm sorry?
How many countries are you in?
We're in 193 countries. We have 274 embassy compounds and about 22,000 buildings, like residential buildings. So
Okay.
we have a footprint.
Yep.
So.
It's a tough footprint too.
So if anybody here, by the way, from industry wants to be in a particular market, come talk to me about providing free software or services, and then we will show off your services in that market at the embassies.
Yep. There you go.
There you go.
There you go. And we also have Brian Mickelson, who's Vice President and General Manager of Datadog. And it seemed like you released about 46 products yesterday or something.
Yeah, it was a good week in New York. We had our annual conference, quite a bit going on from the engineering front at Datadog. I'll save more comments for when we get into the group discussion, but I'll definitely play off. Bill couldn't have done a better job, I think, of setting the stage, because I bring a few insights here from various articles, and it basically boils down to the complexity is what's killing us. There's plenty we can do about that, and I think it gets into when we start talking about AI ops. What are some of the automated ways? Security as code. There's plenty of things we can do to simplify this.
See, that's the good visionary stuff you did, Bill. You set the table a little bit. That's what a visionary speaker does. So, and I guess you're like this is your first time for the federal to talk about all this new stuff. Like we missed the New York opening, but
yeah, I didn't see y'all in New York this week, but glad to come down here and talk with you about it. And I think, frankly, I think we'll talk about some of the things we've been doing for years, and then there's always the things we started doing yesterday to talk about in the future.
Great. And we also have Ken Myers, Identity Assurance and Trusted Access Division Director at the Office of Technology Policy at the Office of Government-Wide Policy at USGS. And this isn't up there, but it's on his LinkedIn, so I'm going to take the liberty. Identity nerd.
Identity nerd. Yeah, that's right. It's always a great day when I get to come talk about cloud cybersecurity or identity. I love it. Like I'm going to Marymount University right now in Arlington doing identity and access management research, but for the GSA, we actually we published a new playbook through the ICAM subcommittee on privileged identity. So if you haven't checked it out, it's at playbooks.idmanagement.gov.
Yep. Good stuff. So I think we just got to kind of start at the beginning. I'm an agency. Am I going to go hybrid cloud? Am I going to go a little bit? Am I going to go a lot? Maybe we can talk about some of the challenges and opportunities you've had at each of your stops. About what's the decision-making process on that? And maybe we'll start off with you, Jonathan.
So the NRC has a lot of data about licensing nuclear power plants, about nuclear materials, and we have it in a variety of formats and locations. We have a lot of scientists that like to touch things. So we've had desktops under people's desks. We've had hunks of concrete. We've had a variety of things that have turned out to be the source of research. And now we're trying to modernize. We've been mostly out of the office for the last 2 years, and people are realizing that maybe they don't need as much contact with their physical things as they've had in the past. And we're trying to figure out how we can get out of a data center. So we're trying to move more and more things into the cloud, but the question is, do we just lift and shift? Do we modernize? What do we have to do along the way? And if you've got a tool you like that's in Amazon Web Services, and you've got a tool that you like that's in Azure, how do we make sure that we can share that data and work through our problems to get the answers we all need? And those are the main questions we're trying to figure out.
Ron, what do you see across the portfolio at GSA that you across all these agencies?
As a technologist, it's great to work at GSA and the IT Modernization Centers of Excellence, because we get to work with agencies across the federal government, not just looking at GSA's IT technology difficulties and issues, but also and ways to improve those, but also other agencies. And so I've seen a variety of adoption within the federal government of multi-cloud and approaches that I was just talking to Landon in the hall a little bit. I said I'd bring the hallway chat in, but the one thing that I had seen in several agencies is that agencies end up purchasing and acquiring, say, the big three cloud providers, but they don't necessarily have the ability to move into those. And I've seen that even in our own agency. So starting with looking at what is your workforce able to adopt? What is your workforce able to support? Because each technology, each additional cloud service provider that you're using, while it may be FedRAMP, still has a whole lot of work required in order to adopt that, secure it, to be able to even deploy into that environment, and of course monitor it long term. So our focus is really helping folks to figure out, how can you get to multi-cloud securely, of course, but knowing, when the right time is to make that shift. If your team is maybe used to only being in the data center and this is their first transition to cloud, or that team's first transition to cloud, it might make sense to start with one product or one CSP, whether it's an IaaS provider or PaaS product, and then from there continue, as you look at other apps.
Yep, and Landon, I know you've been migrating a lot of applications into the cloud. We've talked about that before.
Yeah, we are, and the question really becomes for states, since you had mentioned we're in 190 countries. It's also about recognizing where those the cloud presence actually is, so that we're getting the right performance from someone in, let's say, Angola.
Yeah.
And we're trying to crunch the numbers, and we're trying to make sure that they're getting the same thing that you get out of the system when you're in London. So we're really looking at cloud providers and where they also have a COOP or a continuous operation system, so that you go down over on the West Coast here, and I'm jumping something from Beijing or Tokyo, and it's hitting my West Coast version, and it goes down. Some of our cloud providers don't actually have a presence in multiple places where they actually have a fallback off of a different grid or off of a different pipeline for internet. And so if one side goes down, no matter, if they have a second site, it's usually in the same region, and it doesn't always work. So for us, we're looking at security, continuous operation, and in performance. So, and then of course, all the fun stuff of trying to make them all sing and dance together.
Yep. Brian, I'm looking for your comments. I'd also, you're a big commercial company. I'd like to, multinational corporations, how do they compare and contrast to the DoD and FedCiv?
Yeah, and if you don't mind, can I comment on the hybrid cloud
sure,
as well?
Yep.
I think the question was, when do you choose, or why do you choose hybrid cloud? It's probably worth noting, right? I mean, you don't choose hybrid cloud. It's already chosen you, right? I think when we talk about this, you're going to have on-prem systems, you're going to have cloud systems. The idea that you're going to have just one cloud is probably not an accurate, long-term state. You're probably going to be in multiple CSPs. You're going to have some sort of private instantiations, and you're going to have your legacy environments. So I think the real question, I was reading, there's a MITRE study. I think MITRE this is Gartner. Gartner study put out 99% of cloud misconfigurations are driven by the human. And then it gets back into why is that happening? And I'll come right to your question, but the reason it's happening is we can't see what we're doing, right? We're used to being in the data center. We're used to being able to have some type of serial access. Now we're out in the ephemeral world of cloud. I can't see it, I can't touch it, but that's probably one of the bigger problems. If you think about what this company does, and to Tom's perspective from our industry, we're $1.5 billion company growing 76% annually right now. So we'll double that number the next 12 months. That growth is driven by the needs of our consumers. The challenge is having observability to what it is I'm doing. And when we talk about observability, we're really talking about 3 core concepts. Am I driving my business based on metrics? When those metrics alert me that I have a problem, can I get down and see in those ephemeral environments, which are essentially black boxes until you get the right tech? Can I do my application traces? Can I see where my spans go? Can I see what the real problems are in these environments? And then can I correlate that to the logs? And that's frankly for Datadog, leaders in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for observability or for application performance management. What's driving our growth is our ability to help customers break down those silos of invisibility and create a really observable place. And that's probably the first step, is creating that observability, then getting into the actual security as code aspects of that.
Yeah, good stuff. Ken, I mean, there's challenges with identity when you're going from cloud to cloud to cloud, different systems. How do you simplify that?
So one thing we did, last year is we actually teamed up with the Data Center Consolidation Cloud Initiative, Tom's group, and the Federal CISO Council ICAM subcommittee. We wrote a cloud identity playbook. So similar to Bill mentioned, it was a big collaboration, bringing two communities together, and it focused on myths, right? What is the big reasons that are stopping agencies to move into cloud, specifically like cloud identity services? Right? Identity is pervasive. Everything you need to do, it's either accessing something, but I say follow the data. What process are you doing and where is that data? What do you have to traverse or go through to get to it? So actually one of the big myths that the cloud identity playbook touches on is that agencies are already in the cloud where they realize they're not. Are you using Office 365? Okay, well, you're in the cloud. So it's what else, where do you think you're not? That you're focused on, because a lot of your other kind of office collaboration tools are probably already there. The second one is definitely security, right? It's the idea that is it more or less secure? And that's really what it is. It's not really more or less secure, but it's really from, if you hear CISA talk, right? It's all about recovery. If you're in the cloud, it can help you recover faster than if you're on premise, right? And so it all depends on configuration and your own needs.
Great, thank you for that. I know CIOs and CISOs, I think I heard there was a poll recently, maybe about 3 years ago, where they're still worried about cloud security as the reason they don't go to cloud. I think that's kind of changed since pandemic, but what are the security challenges that you think about going to hybrid? There's some opportunities too. So, just how does that all change? And we'll go down the line, starting with you, Jonathan.
So it's real easy when you hold all the keys to make sure that everything is secure. FedRAMP goes quite a ways to giving me some reasonable assurance when I'm looking at a platform, when I'm looking at an infrastructure, or especially when I'm looking at software as a service, that there are controls in place. I can see what the third-party assessor has done, and as long as I've got good people who are keeping on top of that and participating in those quarterly reviews, I've got a good deal of assurance of what's happening. On the other side of that, when I'm looking at always changing clouds, things that are trying to innovate quickly, move new services into the environment, I get a little flutter in my heart that maybe everything isn't exactly as it seems, because hey, there's a service there that wasn't there a quarter ago and the documentation hasn't caught up, or the JAB or the agency authorization is missing a little bit. And I have to dig into that to make sure that when we approve or just start up a new service in the cloud, that we understand what it's doing, where the data is coming from, where the data is going. And we don't always have that clarity. So we just have to make sure we understand what services we're turning on, where they're coming from, and how they're integrating into the cloud.
Great. Ron?
Looking at migration to cloud and security, there's always an element of fear that comes up. And let's be honest, there's also the personal element of folks being comfortable with the new technology, the workforce thinking about, can I do this? And so I think management and leadership saying, we can move to cloud, we should move to cloud, and we can do so in a way that's safe, that's not going to put the agency at risk, but also allow the employee to feel like they're empowered enough to take the risk to try out the CLI or try out the cloud dashboard or the the new monitoring tool that's in place and really understand how these components are working. I think, you know, another impediment for agencies migrating to cloud or multi-cloud continues to be around their current investment with on-prem services and even some of their original cloud services that they deployed. I mean, this, you know, cloud is not new. You know, it's something that I think agencies started exploring 10 to 12 years ago. And so if we think about maturity of technology versus legacy technology, you know, a 12-year-old cloud product is getting a little old. And if you put a 12-year-old laptop onto an employee's desk, they wouldn't be so happy either. So I think it's important to maybe look back at what's already in the cloud, try to optimize and improve the security there, but also see, you know, are there some wins that you can take with migration from the data center environment that frees up the operations and maintenance funding and personnel to, you know, start actually using the new cloud services.
Yeah. Actually, I was just thinking about the legacy cloud, which is, you know, that's essentially, you know, for state, we've been in the cloud for a while now, and it's almost like the great equalizer for a lot of business units that did not get what they needed out of the existing IT infrastructure. And so they just went out to a cloud vendor and said, hey, you can now provide the service which I wasn't able to get in-house, which makes it more challenging, obviously, for security, because we don't have a full grasp of what is all out there. I mean, our FOIA director, it drives him nuts because regardless if it's in Cloud A or Cloud B, and if Cloud A is even attached to our identity, you know, database, it's still a government action and it's still FOIAble. So all of those things in that cloud are still a record. And so our security, our cybersecurity folks, you know, one of the biggest things is understanding what's all out there and then making sure that they're actually sending their logs and all of their security records are visible to our monitoring systems and our AI, our internal AI, trying to figure out what's going on. But then it continues to expand. And so you still have legacy stuff you're trying to catch up on, and you have all the new stuff coming out. So it's kind of a catch-22. You got both. So.
Brian?
Yeah, you know, the way I'll throw this out there, historically, I ran a global enablement organization for a company for 6 years. And one of the things we talked about there, it's this idea of mindset, skill set, tool set. And what's interesting in the room today, I think we've talked a lot about technology.
Yeah.
We haven't talked a lot about the mindset. And I think even what I'm hearing from some of the panelists, if you look at where Datadog's been, we were started as a DevOps company. We were started as a process to break down silos between Dev and Ops. You know, the same story we've heard for years. I think when you start to bring security in, industry's talking DevSecOps on a pretty regular basis. The question, and I brought this up at the last ATARC event, but the question is, are we really supporting that DevSecOps mentality with the correct tools? And even as we're sitting here talking about what we can and can't see, I can't manage what I can't measure, and I can't manage what I can't see. You know, so I think, you know, and I apologize for the commercial, but I'll just do the commercial for all of observability. Observability is what Bill talked about in terms of a COTS product. It is less than a one-day implementation of a lightweight, open source, unified agent. These are FedRAMP, you know, certified tool sets. When you bring these tool sets into your organization, when you get these tool sets up and running, you are getting almost instantaneous observability to challenges that historically just were not there. Yeah. Having come in from a different part of industry to Datadog, I was pretty blown away by what I had thought was sort of at the leading edge and what is at the leading edge. So I think the encouragement I would have for everybody is, if humans are driving the real challenge, but they're also the solve because of the skill set and the mindset they've got to bring, I think the real opportunity is make sure you're turning up the observability, because that's what you're going to see, what you're going to manage, and it's going to let you know where your biggest challenges are.
Right. Good stuff. Ken?
Yeah, I'll just say, you can't use the cloud or without security, right? You can't get past your RMF folks. And like one example we have right now is OMB Memo 22.9 Federal Zero Trust Strategy. There's one part of it that says when using a PIV is impractical, use a phishing resistant alternative like FIDO2. And I think that is helping, hopefully it's helping a lot of agencies get over, because a PIV card is two things, right? It's identity proofing and it's an authenticator, right? You can't get past the identity proofing part, but the authenticator part, cloud technology doesn't natively use public key infrastructure, PKI. So now you have, and most likely that's on premise, right? There's no kind of cloud tool to help you there. And so now this is freeing up your architecture. You're reducing, hopefully reducing complexity in using cloud services.
Yeah. Yeah, we're actually in a pilot with GSA. You may have caught this, but it's an identity management, basically looking at post-CAC and PIV. We need to get there. Also, one thing I was thinking about, and I've got my working group manager, Nicole, and Mike Cardacy, who's sitting next to her. Raise your hand for a second. I've learned a lot. We've been running our Zero Trust Lab. I have learned a lot about some of these older architectures. They consume a lot of cloud resources. And I think we really need to look at the costing of all this stuff. Is it in a modern architecture, it's not going to consume so many resources. And maybe that's part of the multi-cloud discussion. Where should I, have to make some business decisions on where my data should reside. Can we maybe go into a little bit of that? And I think Landon, you were actually talking about that. Maybe I'll start off with you, because you were talking about that a little bit. What are considerations you have, and how big is cost consideration?
The egress. I think to your point, talking about the people, the department had to come to terms with the fact that our data was federated. We kind of argued about that for a good decade, right? Now that we've come to terms with it, and then it's like, okay, is there ways that I can query the information if it's already in your repository, in your cloud? Can I see what I need to see without actually moving it, right? So that's becoming a big question for the department, especially as we're doing data sharing.
Right.
But in the process of doing that, am I able to apply my data sharing controls to the multiple cloud environments? And sometimes it's a no. And so then it's kind of like, well, I can't use your cloud then. We'll have to move you somewhere else.
Yep. Jonathan?
Cloud was not part of our original data architecture. And as our data grew up and started pulling from all of the various clouds, we had to rethink a lot of things, much in the same way you're talking about, Landon. It's difficult to make sure that we can federate all of our data, that we can analyze it appropriately, that we can use it where we need to. And looking at APIs rather than wholesale exfiltrating data to a different place to analyze it is something we're having to come to grips with.
Ron?
Yeah, thinking about how we're using data in the AI space and processing those requests, the implementations that agencies continue to deploy are more and more complex, and so the ability to have some gate controls, access control, where we're not allowing folks to export the entire data set, which is both expensive and a potential security risk, is an area that we recommend and advise. Also thinking about how we can use the APIs that are already that are available to be consumed by open source products, especially in the AI space. Many times they're pre-configured with good security safeguards. So developers that maybe are not as experienced with AI, they're new to it, they're adopting these tools, can start from a place that is more secure. And then compared to if they're trying to use on that same technology on one cloud provider, they may need to modify the library themselves, and they're not as familiar with how that library interacts with the AI or that cloud service provider API.
Brian?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing here from our perspective, I think, one, speed of light applies, put your data closer to the user. Network's not free. But I think when you talk about, when you play off the API idea, it gets back to visibility, right? I mean, APIs are, I think, if not one of the most common attack vectors in the space right now. And can we observe what's happening at the API level? And I think APIs are like this mystery to folks who don't understand them. But I would just simply offer again a commercial for the observability space. We can visualize every single API that you are using. We can show what that API is offering availability to. We can offer you specific metrics around security based on your cloud security posture management. So it's just the general take, I think, in everything you're going to hear from my side of the coin is if you can't observe it, you can't manage it. And if you can't manage it, you should assume it's insecure.
Great. Ken?
I'll just say, I had an interesting conversation yesterday, and someone had said to me, talking about actually helping an agency use Windows Hello for Business, right? 502, Windows Hello for Business. They had set up a whole domain to help them do PIP authentication. And they said, well, it's easier said than done to migrate. I'm like, well, it's easier to resist than accept change also, I guess. But I mean, one of the interesting things from the Cloud Identity Working Group is like just getting a handle on what you're trying to move, right? When you just have a 1 terabyte hard drive and you fill it up, you don't really care. But when you're paying to transfer it, when you're paying to store it, it becomes an issue. So from an identity perspective, right? I have 1 million identities. I don't know if they're all people. I don't know if there's 10 of one person in there. So there's a little bit of work in there and understanding what you have.
Oh, I'm too close to the mic. Oh, yeah. It's when you talk. Yes, you just got to be a little closer to the mic. Okay, I've had too much coffee. I'm roaming around. We're going to ask questions. We got some smart folks out here. Just say you are again.
I'm David Hurst. I'm from VMware. So you've been talking about hybrid, and its first cousin, which wasn't mentioned, is multi-cloud. And there are a lot of companies and agencies that are establishing a presence in more than one cloud provider and also retaining an on-prem presence. So it's hybrid and multi. One of the principles for dealing with complexity is to find things that are alike and treating them alike, handling them the same way, or making them alike so that you can treat them the same way. And so if you had an environment in your data center that was similar, if not identical, to the environment in all of your cloud providers, then it would be much easier, number one, to move things around and cheaper to do it. And number two, you'd be able to manage it as one continuous environment instead of a bunch of disparate environments, which is going to make it easier to secure them as well. If you hadn't figured it out, that's a shameless plug for VMware. But the point is that if you can treat everything the same in all of those environments, then you're handling that complexity to a large degree.
I'll follow up and say that in addition to VMware's products, in the federal government, I've seen a heavy utilization of Kubernetes-based deployments, allowing agencies to deploy that same technology, that same single pane of glass and on-prem, and have the same developer experience when that transitions to cloud service providers as well. And so you can get the same from Microsoft and Google and AWS, and also your on-prem environment with those open source technologies, which of course have good commercial support as well.
And I would say, as we were discussing earlier in the hall, some things are not technology problems, they're people problems. And we have people that are used to a specific environment or a specific set of tools, and no matter whether it's in the data center or in a cloud, they want to make sure that they're using their familiar set of devices. And it takes a lot to overcome that kind of inertia. Data gives us the ability to point to where we've got challenges going on and try and get away from that inertia. But it takes time, it takes effort, and it takes understanding of what you have. So appreciate the plug for the tools. We also need a plug for the people who are operating them.
You know, I'll point to observability being important as well, but that applies also on the business side, right? How much is it costing for us to operate these legacy cloud deployments? How much is this new technology going to, I apologize. How much is the new technology going to cost us at our agency for that same maybe redesigned application to operate? And so I think that being very transparent with, like, this is the cost, but also we can do that on the security side. So looking at, these are the configurations that are within your AWS environment that are potential misconfigurations. Doesn't necessarily, you know, hit them over the head with a big security hammer, right? But it allows them to see these are good, safe operations for and safe configurations for your cloud environment, and then allow the development teams, allow the engineers, and allow your information security officers to assess and evaluate, is that a risk we can take with that one configuration? Is it justifiable that we're maybe not using the norm? But looking at, you know, how your environment's configured, looking at those costs and sharing them. I'll share a quick story. You know, once in one instance within a cloud environment, we saw where an agency had this very large, high utilization of an S3 bucket, but there wasn't a lot of data in it. And so we start looking at drilling down and find out that it's simply getting tons and tons of requests that are unusual because of a misconfigured script. And the cost was almost 10% of the entire AWS cloud bill because of this misconfiguration. So we were able to resolve that just by showing the developers, hey, this looks odd. This should be fixed. And so I think you can do the same on the finance and security side.
If I can play off that a little bit. You know, we haven't necessarily said it, but you know, it's a race, right? There's a race between hackers and defenders. And I think if we're to the idea of the skill set of the folks that are there to stand up on the defender side, it's important that they have the right skill set. But I think one of the challenges too, and I'll just kind of play this back to the right side of the table. If it's manual, we've already lost, right? The attackers are using automation. I mean, and I'm sure there's some out there that are, you know, doing it manually. But you know, what is the average expectation? A misconfiguration is exploited within 10 minutes. Right? And only 50% of the misconfigurations get identified and fixed within one day. We're losing that battle. And so I think if you're on the panel or if you're out there and you're thinking about how do I deal with some of this, we have to be looking at security as code. We have to be looking at infrastructure as code. The attackers are as smart or smarter than we are. We have to catch up to them. And that comes through automation of these things.
Yep. I think we got time for one more question. Okay. Oh yeah, you get that. That worked out great for you sitting next to me. Go ahead.
So I have a whole remarkable tablet full of questions but this is a little bit different. So I'm Stephen O with Mantech, and we do a lot of academic interaction, right? We have relationships with a bunch of research organizations. So how does that play into federal use? And I know some of it could be esoteric, but they're doing things around encryption, new hardware primitives, things that are very forward-leaning, but they don't really have a lot of guidance around federal use. So they're doing these things in a little bit of a bubble. So have you looked at how you could leverage academic research or how that might apply more near term?
Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, I'll say, I mean, we have. I mean, there's lots of difficult use cases where you need some strong brain power, like academic brain power, to think about. Like within GSA, we have an emerging tech division. To some extent, they do some research. And so we teamed up to understand the intersection of like digital wallets and like derived PIV. I think that could be a great topic from an academic perspective. I mean, look at some of the like emerging cybersecurity and identity topics that are probably too far out there from a practical perspective, but then boiling it down and helping understand maybe from a more practical perspective how either the government could approach it or our partners, right? Because we all work together, right? Federal agencies contract out to companies. I mean, we work with other organizations like ATARC. I think that's a great possibility.
For the State Department, for the State Department, we have the Jefferson's Fellowship, where we bring scholars in, which are usually they're, I think the last 3 we had were chairs of their IT department, at their universities. And we bring them in and we provide them some tech challenges, and they kind of work through those with us for the year. And if they succeed, we keep them on so that they can actually visit our embassies and work with some of our folks in the field even after their fellowship is over. So we do try to tap into that field. We don't do it as much, but we do have some stuff.
That's a great question. I actually started the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center for that very thing, taking smart folks that are in these universities, and how can I bring them over to the government. There's a new pilot at the DoD you're going to be hearing about around AI, where they're going to go reach out to the universities, and they're trying to groom them to come into the federal government. But the DoD is a little ahead because they're funding a lot of universities. There's a lot of university research, and like Virginia Tech is doing a lot. That's where I went. And then there's funding, and then there's the student aspect, the undergrad aspect. So we should. Yep. Right. Right. I mean, something that might be in the DoD might apply to DHS very easily. So we got to do a better job on that. You can never do, well, that's all the time we have for it. Thank you all. This has been fantastic discussion. We have a little bit of a new format. We're going to take a little break, and then we have our last panel. So we're going to get you out of here before 3. So we're right around 3. So you got time to beat traffic. So thanks for sticking with us this whole time. But we got one more panel after this. But we right now have a touch and go break. Talk to our partners, and we'll see you back here in about 10, 15 minutes. Okay, if we can get to our seats, we've got about 40 minutes, and we'll get you out of here. You can hang out as long as you want, actually, if you want to. You can talk for, I think we have the place till 6. So if you want to hang out here from 3 to 6, you're allowed to. I probably won't hang out that long. Okay, but our next moderator is Natalie Alms, who's staff reporter at Federal Computer Week, part of the GovExec media empire. Welcome. You can go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's good to be here. I don't normally moderate from a podium, but I think I like it. We can't let this power get to my head. So panelists that are with me, come on up. You know who you are. There should be 4 of you. Awesome. Yeah, so like Tom said, my name's Natalie. Excited to be here and talking about the cloud today. And thank you guys all for being here. Hopefully it's a good last panel of the day to round things off. So, hello panelists, good to see you. I was thinking, obviously your titles are up there for everyone to see, but I was hoping we could start off with you guys introducing yourselves and maybe start off with one big takeaway about cloud for you, your cloud soapbox, so to speak. This is your chance. So Jane, how about we just go down the line and start with you?
I'm the first victim, I guess, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Jane Zetmeyer. I am the Director of the Architecture and Transformation Division for the Office of Inspector General for HHS. I do run our AWS cloud. So in terms of one takeaway for me, I would say that the cloud does not work the same way as it does on-prem. So I know in one of the previous In the previous panel, I heard some folks talking about, sometimes moving these applications to the cloud, the costs and everything is very expensive. I find that often happens if you don't think about the applications and whether or not they need to be re-architected to work in the cloud. Lifting and shifting tends to be very, very painful. So I'll stop there and pass it along.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Jose Torres, Deputy Director and CIO for U.S. Marine Corps Community Services down in Quantico, Virginia. This is my first government job after about 30 years in the private sector. On the cloud, I would say DevSecOps is a wonderful thing, right? So if we want speed to put something in the hands of the end user, certainly automation, somebody earlier mentioned that, right? So automation is the way to go. So for me, cloud has given us a lot of speed. Once we get things secure, DevSecOps is the way to go.
All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Ed Tague. I'm the CIO at the United States Military Academy. I started as a helicopter pilot, then I was a data scientist, and now I have to eat my own dog food. So the cloud takeaway for me is you really need to set the conditions to embrace the cloud. Otherwise, it's just a thing. If you do that, you're really off to the races.
Hi, I'm Skip Bailey, the Deputy CIO at the U.S. Census Bureau. I had a career in the private sector and then decided to retire in the federal government for the last 22 years and have enjoyed it. I've been primarily spent most of the time in federal law enforcement. I was CIO at ATF and was at the FBI for a while and enjoyed those years, and now have a chance to be at the Census Bureau. For me, we're kind of in agreement, I think, here, and Jane said it too, but you got to go into the cloud with your eyes open. And I think with mandates and everything else, people think, okay, we're just going, let's go. But you got to do it in a sensible way, get value out of it, and not have it turn out to be a nightmare, which some organizations have found that to be the case.
Yeah, there's definitely, you guys are saying some similar things. So if the goal is to kind of go into this thoughtfully and make sure you're not kind of going to the cloud for the sake of going to the cloud, it sounds like, what are some of the challenges you guys have run into? If you're sitting there trying to do this thoughtfully the right way, what makes that hard to accomplish? Yeah.
Originally, it was very similar to me to going to remote data centers, but it was a different group. When I originally went to centralized data centers, my developers and other people were really upset because they couldn't go hug their computer every morning. They had to work on it remotely, and it really bothered them. As we moved to the data center at Census, the resistors are really not so much the developers, but the scientists that use the data. They like how it works on-prem. They like the way that they've been doing it, in these great big monolithic applications that they built. And so in a sense, they are developers, but they're not professional developers. They're professional data scientists and people that deal with the data. And that's where we get a lot of the resistance. Surprisingly, it's the community, not so much the IT folks. They seem pretty comfortable.
I run an installation, so we have we're 19,000 square acres. We're not huge compared to Fort Hood, Texas, but one of the things that we started with was if we're going to touch the cloud, we need to make sure we do it 24/7, 365. As many nines as we can throw out there. And we, at the time, were suffering from a paucity of network service. So we had, because we were focused at the on-prem, everything inside the wire was terrific. We had some redundancy. We did not have that redundancy outside the wire. So we spent a lot of time while we were building our cloud instance and figuring all the other parts of that out, working with industry to make sure that we could get that constant delivery to everything from your infrastructure to service providers all the way down to who's delivering the actual ones and zeros. That made a huge difference. And just a little caveat, how many people go into work when weather gets bad? They do where I'm from because we actually we set stuff up really well, and it actually beats the heck out of whatever ISP is servicing their house. That makes us pretty happy.
For MCCS, we do have various customers that we need to take care of. Of course, the big part of MCCS that I represent on a regular basis is what we call marine and retail. We are a retail organization. We provide those services to Marines and sailors, their families, and the retirees. But there's also another part of MCCS which is very important, which is marine and family. So going back to your question, I think it's really to the cloud is really the data, right? And I wasn't here for the whole session, so I don't know if others talked about this. But really, where is your PII data residing, right? And what are the requirements? What are the policy requirements that the government is placing on that? What about PHI requirements? What about COI requirements, right? Depending on that, then we have to make decisions. Is this really an impact level 2? Is this a commercial cloud that we could use? Does this need to go to impact level 4, right? And we actually ended up settling for impact level 4 because of the type of data that our customers were going to handle.
I think there's two main things for us. One would be allowing the time for the strategic planning. Moving to the cloud for the sake of moving to the cloud is really not the best strategy. Figuring out how to do a proper inventory. What is your framework for making a decision for when you're moving to the cloud? And now, in some instances, which cloud? Lots of people have more than one cloud. Allowing that time aside from the technology for the business and the strategic decision making is always a challenge. And I think secondary is handling the change management within IT. I think IT people agree most of the time, let's move it to the cloud. What it looks like when you get there is a little bit of a different story. The way things work on-prem is not how things work in the cloud. Sometimes they don't work the same between clouds. And so being able to structure things so that it's an enterprise solution, works across clouds, hopefully avoids vendor lock-in with various tools, that takes a lot more planning and time than I think people typically want to provide or anticipate for.
Yeah, do you have any examples, of how you're managing to do that sort of strategic planning in your own agency? This is for any of you guys, I guess, and any lessons you could share, from how you're seeing it day to day.
I'm tied very tightly into the leadership we have 11 different stakeholders at the Academy. So unlike the rest of the Army, I have a Division I sports program, I have a band, I have a cemetery. I've got these kids that want to get in there, and I have these kids that desperately want to leave as well. And they do after 47 months. We have a preparatory school, and we line them out. So we are heavily embedded with them. So they hired a systems engineer as the CIO, so welcome. And we work really hard to get from requirements to solutions, talk about the life cycle. I mean, systems engineering, right, philosophically is not hard. It's dough, sauce, cheese. That is it. That is the way you make pizza. But it is, in practice, very, very difficult. We've been tremendously successful satisfying our customers. We want to provide value. And, talking about small projects, you want to provide value quickly, right? So you're doing that by tying to the requirements and getting them buy-in as a part of that requirement.
We have two concepts that are central to census right now that we've built our strategic plan around and supporting. The first is a concept we call True North. It's not a new idea, but it is to ensure that we're aligning everybody in the same direction. And so that's not just the IT function, but all of census, so that we're going forward in achieving the census mission, which is really quite simple. The census mission is to gather data, analyze, and then disseminate data that has to do with the people of the United States and the economy of the United States. Most people know us for the decennial census, which is every 10 years, but we do over 130 censuses and surveys, some as short as every month. And so this is constantly going, like you've all heard of like the economic indicators. That's something that we gather data for. So as we do that, the question we ask ourselves as we do our planning is, do we support the estimate? And the estimate is the term we've used internally to mean the estimate is anything that supports gathering, analyzing, or disseminating data about the people of the United States or the economy of the United States. That's the estimate, because that's what we're about. And so we try to funnel everything we do and focus it on supporting the estimate. And by doing that, then we can prioritize quite easily. And we're starting to find things that have been sacred cows for years that actually aren't doing that. And we're shutting them down. And there's always a few people that don't believe that and are trying to die alongside with the sacred cow, but we're managing to shut some things down so that all of our energy and money and resource is moving for the most important things, and that's the focus.
Can I tag on that real quick? So just one small thing, I think we probably all experienced this, is that we found that there were a lot of people curating capability that no one was using. And the work was the curation, the work was the constant gardening, and everybody felt really good about that. You were tired at the end of the day, right? But you didn't do anything. And so that was one of the discoveries that we made. It's great when they discover it themselves, but it's rare.
At least from the MCCS perspective, we really don't talk about technology when we're looking at business imperatives and business objectives, right? So we focus the conversation because let's face it, it's just an enabler, right? So we really focus the conversation on where is the agency going, right? In terms of, again, we're a retail organization as well as family program, right? So where are the business owners, business leaders going with their objective, with their strategies, and based on that, we build a roadmap of technology that is supporting the business, right? So I try to purposely stay away from the technology conversation at that level, and then of course it's up to us to really translate those business objectives into IT imperative, right? To make sure that we're ready when the business is coming with their activities, et cetera, that we're able to meet them where they're at.
Jane, do you have any thoughts?
So we had, a couple years ago, we migrated from Share 2010 on-prem to SharePoint Online, so in the cloud. We spent a significant time actually cleaning the data up. I think we eliminated about 40% of our workload by spending the time doing that. So that was a very big positive, and we also made it a metric for project delivery, which was very useful. In contrast, we migrated a suite of legacy applications to AWS. That was more of a lift and shift type of a project. In retrospect, I think probably some of those applications, we probably should have just retired them. And so instead, we spent time and energy refactoring them and then moving them. And our customers were okay with it, right? Because they luckily didn't see anything with it, but it was a lot of extra time and energy. And I think to your point, being able to focus on where you want to do and where you want to deliver those capabilities, those from a business and a technical perspective, you might be better served trying to eliminate the things that perhaps don't have the usage they used to have or just are too old in their current technology settings. So those are some examples that we have worked with. I think going forward with those lessons learned, we're able to use specific examples with our leadership when trying to plan things out. And then also we've all gained that experience on the federal side to be able to provide better direction to our contractor teams and explain the need and what we're trying to look for as well.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to ask about is culture, people, that side of this thing. I know we talked about that when we prepped for this panel briefly, and so that's what I wanted to ask about. I feel like people can be a make or break in these types of projects. So how do you guys line that side of things up, the non-tech side of things, so to speak, to make sure that these types of projects are successful?
So culture eats policy for lunch. The way that and we're not perfect, like I'm probably making mistakes right now that I don't even know that I'm making, so I apologize. But the way we do that is we make people part of the solution. So I have a saying, I don't put frosting on garbage and call it cake, right? So, and it's not, most of the problems, as we've all identified, are not IT problems. They're information problems, or their speed problems, or their access problems. And so we bring that person. It takes a lot longer to do that, right? But then you establish these habitual relationships. You get them to start thinking like you're doing. And we've done some lift and shift stuff that we regret. But when you have that right, when things are firing on our cylinders, you bring them in early. Probably see me checking my watch. There's something going on right now with a bunch of folks back at work that we've got every agency that I work with that we're all working on this acquisition right now. It's pretty awesome.
You mentioned the word acquisition, so I'll bring that up. A lot of times with culture, we tend to think it's IT, right? Or developers or your business owners. I've learned the hard way, it's also our acquisition folks and our budget folks. Cloud costs are so much fun to try to explain to folks who probably are more used to a dollar for dollar. You know, for $1, I get this. Well, this is more like buying air conditioning in July, right? Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. It's really hard to write a contract like that. And then it's really hard to try to explain it to folks who are very busy and are like, can't you just figure out what your IT project costs, right? And so those are the types of things that we sometimes forget when we go to start some of these modernization projects. Is it's not just always IT and the business owners, there's other players and other stakeholders that we have to remember as well.
Having come from the private sector, it was a little bit of a shocker for me when I got to MCCS because the government is behind on a number of things, right? So for me, it started with really educating contracting people, educating legal people, educating the IT team on cloud. Why do we need to do this? And it's really not just a blind eye, move everything to the cloud. It really needs to be this cloud smart approach, right? There are things that can go to the cloud without really thinking too much about it, right? But there are that should not take, you should not take that as just everything needs to go to the cloud because you're gonna get some surprises that you might not like at the end, right? So, from that perspective, education is very important, even to the human resources people, right? So last year we went through a major upgrade on HR, and as somebody mentioned earlier, the vendors were just sweet talking our people. Let's go to the cloud. Let's go to the cloud. And I said, wait a minute. Let's think this through. Does this make sense to do it? Because they were selling it really with a big price cost reduction. And when you really go through the details, yeah, there may be someone there, but there are other complexities that perhaps they're not telling you. Not that they're deceiving in that, but it's really something that we need to think through very carefully. And education goes a long way to really help all of those different parties to really understand what this is about.
I think for us, and people talked about this a little bit, it's creating partnership is very important. Having that relationship with people so there's a trust that goes through. And part of creating that trust is being very transparent. And one of the problems we have is that people are not bearing all the costs, the total cost of ownership of on-prem. So then when you show them cloud, they're like, whoa, sticker shock. And part of that is because some of the costs on-prem were not borne by them, they're borne by our working capital fund. And so we're working really hard with people to open that up, be more transparent about what the total cost of ownership is, so that they can at least make a fair comparison between the two as we move forward. So I think transparency and partnership are really some of the keys in getting the culture to move.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, some people have been here all day talking about cloud. So I wanted to ask about kind of what's next. So I'm curious from some of you if you might share kind of where you are now in your cloud journey, so to speak, and what's next? Are there things that you are hoping to be able to take advantage of that you're not, any projects coming down the line, or things you're hoping to do in the future? Any thoughts?
We have 5 major enterprise initiatives that are all being done in the cloud, and they're transforming the way Census does business. And the best way to explain it is, how many of you like to take surveys? There's a few liars out there, but this country, at least, maybe the world, has become survey weary. And that's not good news for somebody whose business is surveys. And what we're realizing is that there's just resistance to doing it. People, you think about it, every time you call a help desk, they want to do a survey every time. And then what's worse, those are legitimate surveys, is a lot of telemarketers are using surveys to get their foot in the door, and it's not really any true survey, so surveys is just, people are just saying, I don't want to do a survey. And so one of the things that we're looking at is gathering data from other sources so that we reduce the burden on having to ask you. And if we get from, we call them administrative records, if we can buy or get that data in a different way than knocking on your door or having you fill out a computer response, then at least we may only need to ask you 2 things instead of 15 things, and we can legitimately make it better. So that's one of the real strategies that Census is employing. And so we're building these 5 systems around, guess what? Collecting, analyzing, and disseminating information about the people of the US and the economy. And those systems are all being built in the cloud. And so they will incorporate all of the surveys that exist eventually. Now, this is obviously a long roadmap, but so that kind of just draws them in. And it's kind of, if you want to be one of the cool guys that are doing the things, that's where we're at. And we have these tools available, and we have built sandboxes for people to play in and so forth. And so it's really providing it, we're up front in that direction as the organization, and that draws people along with it.
So we're also probably data focused now. We had a pretty significant transformation over the past 4 or 5 years, and I say we're at the end of the beginning. But some of it's going to come out in very simple ways. We want to eliminate users as sensors. So I'm in that sweet spot as a CIO where I have policy and resources, and I have the pleasure of managing application and services too, right? So how do I in the Army we talk about defining your terrain and seeing your terrain. How are we going to better do that? Well, we're going to use cloud-enabled tools to do that, and then we're going to have sensors that tying into those tools. They're going to help us see not necessarily faults, but weaknesses, right? And so then we're talking infrastructure level all the way down to what the individual is in room X when they're trying to punch themselves in the GPA by playing their PlayStation instead of studying. But we want to be able to do that so we can enable more important things for the 26 Center of Excellence that we have and the like. It's just to continue to build that infrastructure to give options to our folks, because as an academic institution, and any of you that have any kind of R&D type responsibilities, you don't know where you're going next, right? So build it so they have that flexibility and then the robustness that they need to be able to get to it anytime, anywhere.
For us, it's really speed of execution, I would call it. I mean, we're in the PALM process, and we can see business requirements going to 25, 26, 27 even. So with really a very secure environment, right? So we're able to significantly compress the time that it takes to formally authorize a solution, right? So the old-fashioned way, it took us over 1.5 years to authorize our financial management system on the cloud. We're competing with the retail sector, right? MCCS is competing with the retail sector, and guess what? They're playing for keeps, right? So we need to compress the time that it takes from identifying a need and providing a business solution to it, right? So cloud, properly secure, provides for that. That's why I mentioned before, DevSecOps, right? So we're looking at really shrinking that down probably to 90 to 120 days from 1.5 years, and even 120 days, it's a lot, right? So when we're looking at 25, 26, 27 for project, there's a whole lot of projects, and part of the reason why they're that far is because there's so much that we're able to take on any 1 year. If we're able to compress the time that it takes to authorize those solutions, then we're able to provide the business with more solutions quicker.
I think no discussion could be complete without zero trust for the future. So for a lot of what we're doing is the road mapping and planning for all the projects to implement the zero trust requirements that are coming out. So security will be a large focus over the next 12 months. I think for kind of more of an internal goals, we are looking at, I'm going to call it federating our AWS environment a little bit. The way we built it was very centric to IT. And so trying to take a step back and take a hard look at what does IT really need to do versus some of our stakeholders. We have a very large data analytics group that does a lot of really good work on Medicare and Medicaid fraud and claims and analysis. Maybe they don't need IT every time, they're running a data job or something in the cloud. So we're really trying to take a hard look at roles and responsibilities and then segmentation related to that, which is obviously an offshoot of Zero Trust as well. So those are probably the largest, I want to say, areas of focus, which is a little bit of a misnomer, but that's kind of where we're staying focused on over the next couple of months.
Could I add to Jane? I think security and Zero Trust is critical in any cloud endeavor. And security itself is, in some ways, maybe the biggest problem for IT. If you look historically at security budgets, information assurance budgets, they go like this, right? Maybe even asymptotic. But if you look at IT budgets overall, they tend to be flat, sometimes even going down. So if you project those, and sometime in the future, we'll spend 100% of our money on security. And so we have to figure out ways to accomplish what we're doing and remain secure. And obviously for the Census Bureau, security is number one. If we lose the faith and trust of the American public, we're done. We literally can't do anything without that there. So to give you an example of what we're up against, for the 2020 census, we had the first online response, and it started in March. And for the 6 months of the first 6 months of the decennial census, from March for 6 months, we had over 2.1 trillion security events and had 0 breaches and lost 0 data. And that's kind of, and some of you are up against similar kinds of things, but that's 2.1 trillion events. And so we have to be first and foremost focused on that. And I'm glad Jane brought it up, because without that, then it's kind of game over.
Yeah, makes sense. Well,
I should say the last area we are looking at is our multi-cloud environment. So like the strategic planning related to that, we're in AWS, we have ServiceNow, we have SaaS and PAS and there's a lot of things, trying to piece that together to the point where earlier we were talking strategy. What is that strategy for multi-cloud? How are we going to make decisions on what goes where? That's another big kind of area of discussion that we have going on right now as well. I'm sure we're not the only ones.
Well, we are getting close to time, and I was in here earlier, and this was a very active Q&A crowd. So I was wondering if anyone has questions. Now's your chance. Put your arm up.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Hang on one second.
Sure.
I learned this from Jason finally. It's taken me like 3 summits.
His mic, I got it. Won't mess with it. Wasim Rana, I'm with Dynatrace. I've been supporting the federal government for some time now. I had a question, right? And so as I'm looking at the market, looking at proposals and kind of interest around security and cloud migrations, I'm seeing a lot of asks for either support around migrating to the cloud, or understanding people's success in this arena and seeing how we can kind of augment the government's efforts and resources. Can you talk about some of the challenges you guys see? And Greg, we were talking about, people don't realize, hey, if you want to take something out the cloud, it can get expensive, right? And so there's certain aha moments. Can you talk about some of those challenges you see typically in the government arena that you need to be, that you've seen that you have to walk closely or tread lightly? I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Tread lightly, and challenges you see when trying to migrate into the cloud as well.
For us, probably number one is the lack of talent. Jane pointed out early on that doing things in the cloud is not the same as doing things on-prem. And so we're in the process of retooling our people so that they really have expertise. And so then you have to find a balance between resources that are, that are contractor or that we acquire versus training up our own people and bringing them. There seems to be a lack of talent available that has really legit, good, deep experience in cloud. And then if you can find them, they don't want to work for government salary. So, it is a real challenge, and I would put that as number one challenge.
I would agree with that. Talent is a challenge for us as well. I go back to an earlier point that I made, data, right? So having a data center on-prem, you can protect it very, very nicely, right? So you know what's inside and you know what is outside and ain't getting in, right? But with the cloud, you sort of give that up, some of that up, right? So you need to really understand what kind of data are you putting on the cloud, and what are the policy requirements, if some of them exist, for that data, right? So PII, PHI, CUI, we worked on not on the classified sites, right? So we're on the .org side. Nonetheless, there are requirements for PII, for PCI, certainly being a retail organization. So really understanding what data are you going to be putting on the network, on the cloud, and what are the policy requirements you need to be aware of.
Yeah, I'll probably step up one level from that, and it's true risk assessment, right? There's this balance between compliance and risk assessment. And when I used to fly, sure, I could go through the whole checklist. I could still fly the thing into the hangar, right? But on the other side of it is, for me in the DoD, there are days when I'm Dr. Tag and there's days when I'm Colonel Tag. Today I'm Colonel Tag. And so I'm in an agency that lives in the IL space, IL whatever through, whatever. We'll come up with a new one next week, right? But I also deal with, I operate in the FedRAMP moderate space, and that's how we talk about it. But I also, SOC 2, ISO 27001. And so for me, how do I do inheritance and how do I do true risk assessment to my leadership? And how I look at my peers and say, I'm adding or taking away a capability, and what is that actually doing to my risk? That's a significant struggle. We deal with risk all the time in the military, and we kind of get it, right? There's a bunch of people out here, they're not fans of us. It's windy and cold, right? You slap the nose of the helicopter and you go. But it's much more difficult to do that with your leadership now, particularly when you're adding and taking away capability, and one boss wants it one way, DoD, FERPA or somebody else wants it another way. We work hard at that communication, but at the end of the day, it's still a guess, right? Where you're at in terms of your risk assessment.
I think for me, one of the largest frustrations has been the time it takes to do things. So I know the cloud speeds everything up, but sometimes we're our own worst enemy because we can maybe deploy things faster in the cloud, but if I need to bring resources in, well, the contracting time is 10 months. So, you can come up with a solution, everyone agrees, and then it takes me 10 months to bring in the resources to do it. And everyone's like, well, you were talking about that a year ago. And so even, if you have the talent, okay, I don't have the talent on staff, I'm gonna contract out for it. Well, 10 months later, it shows up. So it can be frustrating to know what the answer is, to know where you wanna go, and then 10 months later, be able to bring it in. And then, oh, by the way, the technology might have changed in 10 months, so you might need a new solution. So that's the piece that, at least over the last year, has probably been the most frustrating for us.
I think we have time for maybe one more question.
Last question of the day. No pressure on everybody out here. Got to make it good. There we go. Oh, we got a winner. Well, we don't know if we're going to make it good yet.
Well, I'll just give you an easy question. So in your last 10 years, Andre Fraser, VMware, what has been the biggest aha moment for you in cloud adoption? And then what has been like the biggest challenge?
I guess biggest challenge being convincing my senior leadership team that cloud is not necessarily cheaper. In the early days, that's how I was sold, right? So we're going to be able to save you so much money. And some of our leaders, they still have that mentality that we should be able to save tons of money by moving to the cloud. Not necessarily so. So that's been one of the challenges for us.
Yeah, the challenges for us is really ramping up that capability within your organization, right? And so I showed up in my job about 7 years ago, and there was a Windows 98 box in my place, which is hilarious. It still works if anyone wants to see it. And there was a lot of position descriptions that talked about Windows 7 and Server 1492 and all this other stuff, which was terribly irrelevant. So it was, we had lost the ball on education and training. And so there's all these new toys, which we worked really hard to integrate, and we tied them into our plan, and then no one knew how to turn the darn thing on. Right? So the ramp up to get us competent, talk about the paucity of expertise, but the ramp up just to get us smart. And I have smart folks. I can pour ones and zeros out on the ground and they can do amazing stuff. Alaskan Bush people IT, I call it, right? But boy, it took a while for us to get trained and be confident that we don't need somebody standing over our shoulder all the time.
Any other ahas or biggest challenges? Last chance. All right, if not, then I think we'll call it a day, and you'll get out of here 2 minutes before 3. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Natalie. That was a great panel. We actually have some dessert. I mean, we're gonna like get you more carbs now. That we have some dessert out there. But I want to thank all the partners, all our industry partners. It is a partnership between government and industry. Thank you very much. I appreciate my staff, and most of all, I appreciate you for hanging out all day. Thank you. It's been a great summit. Appreciate it.